Okay, game trying to crash my entire system on the credits for some reason aside. We didn't miss too many achievements. We got almost all the achievements in one run there on Invincible Eve. That was a pretty fun game. We didn't learn about Mom's past, don't know how to do that. We didn't transform food 3 times, we did it once. Maybe. I don't know if transforming a magazine into food counts or if we have to transform food, but we also didn't befriend Amber somehow. I guess we also have to lose against Kill Cannon 3 times. That probably wouldn't be hard, just that first fight there. We didn't manage to hug 7 times. There's an achievement for hugging 7 times. You hugged what, 5 times? There's an achievement for hugging a whole bunch, I guess. We didn't save Todd's life. I didn't think we could. We didn't kiss both Mark and Rex, so it would take 2 playthroughs to get all achievements no matter what, because there's an achievement for um, being single for just friends, not kissing either one of them, and there's an achievement for kissing both of them. So, um, then apparently we can reveal our identity to Amber and William. That's probably in that section where we distracted them with the hot dogs. Probably in that section where we distracted them with hot dogs and setting them on fire. We can be honest, come out, and be friendly. That's probably what that is right there. And then we didn't take every chance to complete the college chapter. So just a few handful of things, not too much, other than maybe Mom's past that would change the story. I don't think. Kind of curious about what's up with Mom's past, but anyway, Roadwarden. Hopefully this game won't have issues like Adam Eve did on loading. I didn't think Adam Eve had a very high. Did it? Oh yeah, it did. I guess recommended is 8 gig, and we were just barely on. I guess it did have a higher requirement than I thought. Roadwarden, which we're about to start, has a minimum of 2 RAM or 4 RAM at maximum. So no, we're not going to have any problems running Roadwarden. Okay. No idea what we're doing, but we're doing something called Roadwarden. We're on the road, and we're a warden of the road. I don't know. Double check everything is good over here. Got everything back after half of my applications crashed. Yeah, we're all good. Okay. We marvel at the serenity of the forest and crave the shroud of its silence. I'm really liking the guitar at the start. It improves a few stories and bits of insight. It won't work well with the old saves. Um, okay, this must be in conjunction with the little announcement thingy that I saw here. Apparently, in September 12th, he did the final update or something, and he's not planning to update anymore, I guess. I don't know what Windy Meadow is. What's Windy Meadow? Oh, that's a website. Oh, I guess there's a whole other Road Warden tale. And that's actually on which. When did I add that on wish list? I genuinely don't remember. Apparently, there's also another Road Warden tale. Okay. I have so many things on my Steam wishlist though, so that's not surprising I don't remember. Okay, settings. Audio looks like it's not too loud. Audio looks like it's right about good. Huh, we have basic or pixel. Oh, we're going to do pixel. Pixelize me. Oh, I like that, yes. I like that general feel, okay. Oh, and we've got the achievements here. Deaf support. Describe sounds in greater detail. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and turn that on. Describes attitudes, essential for new players. Shows a bit of fluff whenever the game is launched. Okay. Everything else looks pretty good. Don't know why I can't. Oh. That was actually scroll down. Okay, so that'll show it. Yeah, please show me that you love the achievements. Okay, settings look pretty good otherwise. Kind of prefer window. How big's the window screen looking? Can we do it like that? Okay, yeah, I think I prefer that. Okay. Well, let's get started. Everyone knows to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk a lonely journey. Road wardens not only accept the struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants, burn human corpses, and if possible, get rid of the beast and highwaymen. Okay. So yeah, we're wardens of the road. We protect the road. Okay. Yeah, cool. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. It's a dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. I leave the safety of the city walls. Difficulty mode. Cannot be altered later. We've got casual for those focused on the story with no time limit, more cash at the start, and some quests are more forgiving. We've got standard for those familiar with RPGs, 40-day time limit, regular rule set, and then restrictive with a 30-day time limit and increased nighttime damage. Well, I'm not afraid to admit it, I'm a pussy, so we're going casual. The wall is still standing, there are no walls around, no stench of blood. Good signs. This should be the place you're looking for. You are supposed to meet with a group of soldiers, but you hear no voices, no sounds of labor. The gate is ajar, but the camp isn't safe. It may keep away the goblins and peddlers, but not beast folk nor trolls. And the night is near. Their palfrey breathes heavily. It had a long day. Hmm. I need to look around cautiously. The birds, insects, and furry beasts are as loud as usual. Considering the noise, you doubt that anyone noticed the clatter of hooves. The short, dry grasses barely cover the arid soil of this valley, but you're maybe a minute away from the edge of the sparse woods, which get denser as they climb up the hills. At best, this trail has a few more years before getting overgrown for good. Hard to believe it's the only route north. I dismount and sneak to the gate. Let's peek inside. Take care of yourself. If you're hurt or exhausted, some actions won't be available to you. The weaker you are, the higher your chance you'll die in combat. Your heavy boots hit the ground, and the pain of the long ride finally catches up with you. You stretch out, bringing your back and legs comfort. All you want now is a table, a decent chair, a nice mug of beer, and some warm stew. With any luck, your axe won't be needed here. Hmm. I approach the gate slowly. If it's a military camp, it doesn't look the part. Plenty of wasted space. The fire pit is cold. Two people are sitting at the table, tired and disheartened. They're looking in different directions, paying no attention to one another. One of them is holding a cup. After a moment, you notice the quiet humming. You recognize the melody of a light-hearted drinking song from the city harbor. They don't look like much of a threat. I can enter. It takes them a few breaths to glance in your direction. The first person greets you with a wave of his hand. There are bags under his eyes. His beard is messy. Despite his simple shirt, he's wearing durable, decent boots. A mace with a head covered in iron hangs at his side, but he doesn't reach for it. I take a look at the second soul. Just like you, she's wearing a gambeson, but hers is a bit loose, as if she took it off a corpse. Her head is shaven as if she's protecting herself from flesh-eating bugs. Her eyes are wary, yet kind. She smiles. Considering the squad who sent here half a year ago, these two surely look the part, though there should be more of them. 8, you believe. I let them speak first. It's nice to see an unharmed traveler in this godforsaken shithole. Makes me just a tiny bit hopeful. The bearded man's voice is strong yet timid. You'll be staying the night with us, I guess. We are soldiers, he and I, adds the unarmored woman. Her voice switches from happy sleep to relaxed. We'll do our best to keep the camp safe. but if you were to take the first watch, it would be a huge help. Travelers ought to help each other, wouldn't you say? You think for a moment. To fully rest, you need a good sleep. But then again, if for some reason these soldiers are not all here or something, sure, leave it to me. Fantastic, she rubs her hands together. I don't remember the last time I had more than half a night of sleep. The hours before midnight should be the calmest. Just wake us up if anything happens. The man flashes you a wide smile. It's easy to wake us up. Just yell. He drinks from his mug. I ask them about their lieutenant. You wonder how to phrase your question. Hmm. Hmm. Whenever you meet new people, you can influence how they perceive you by selecting one of the attitudes: playful, friendly, distanced, intimidating, or vulnerable. Hmm. I'm sure you're busy, so if you could just introduce me to your lieutenant. I was hoping to meet with your lieutenant. Could we talk for a bit? Hmm. The armored soldier spares you a polite smile. Next time, better schedule a meeting. This place gets really crowded these days. She stands up. She pays little attention to the sword at her side. I figured you aren't here on a walk. Let's say it's me you need to speak with. Are you a messenger? Did you lose your mount? Or are you looking for help? I'm your new Roadwarden. My horse is waiting outside. Really, the soldier in the shirt leans forward. That explains how you got here in one piece, all by yourself. Better bring your beast here, adds the lieutenant. We have no hay, but bad dreams of dropping its saddle. A long pause. I'm Tulia, by the way. She reaches out her hand. I shake her hand. I'm Jade. Her grasp is confident. The shake is slight. Just keep your horse away from the tent. She steps away. We don't need to smell its dung. There's this one issue. The soldier in the shirt also rises to his feet. We've no tent to spare. You'll have to use a blanket or something. No problem. I enjoy observing the stars. You walk through the gate. Your mount looks around and snorts anxiously. Not many humans could ride a horse. It's not only taller than you, but also bulky, as heavy as it is strong. You can get in the saddle within a single breath, but most people wouldn't know where to even begin. From every side is a wall of flesh. Horses were brought to the Dragonwoods from the conquest in the south. They can trot for a long time, but won't outrun some of the local monsters. Your pal Frey needs you to survive, but without it you too would be lost. It's my only companion here. I wanted to feel at ease. It takes a few steps to you, scolding you with another snort. You scratch the bottom of its neck with strength and confidence, just the way it likes it. Humans see useful animals and even pets as monsters in disguise. Being emotionally attached to them is believed to lead humans to their doom. But you know that horses need companionship. I speak it to it gently and lead it to the camp. You end up next to the fire pit. Removing the saddle makes the horse nigger with relief. You take a couple of minutes to examine its back just in case. While the riding equipment is not that heavy for such a strong animal, with enough time it starts to chafe. You wish it had something better to eat than this shabby grass? You should look for an inn. I need to unpack. You haven't brought that many things, and you lost one of the sacks while fleeing the crimson corpse eaters. Worst of all, you have no rope left, but maybe the soldiers could share one. Shouldn't cost more than a dragon bone. Aside from the travel set, you own a few valuable possessions, essential for your trade. Fighter, mage, or scholar. I want to learn more about the three classes. As a fighter, you'll have an easier time in physical challenges thanks to your superior equipment and hidden bonuses during dice rolls. You'll be physically more capable than the other classes, what opens unique opportunities during some social interactions. It's the best class for RPG beginners. The fighter's weakness is a reliance on physical strength. Your special abilities won't be available to you if your vitality points drop to 0. The mage uses Pneuma, a versatile but limited pool of energy points that can be spent to cast a few humble spells. Magic won't protect you better than a sharp axe, but as a mage you'll be able to heal faster while resting, detect magic in a mysterious area, distract a beast with a simple trick, and find a common tongue with other magic users. Using the mage's powers too freely will result in having no Pneuma left when you need it the most. The scholar will know more about the world's mysteries than you, helping you take advantage of some unusual situations. Your character will impress the locals with his knowledge, and you'll be able to read the sparse written clues without anyone's assistance. Scholars struggle with combat more than the other classes, but with enough carefulness and exploration, you'll gain access to alchemical mixtures that will help you escape from many dangerous situations. You know what? We'll go ahead and go with Scholar. You unpack and inspect your belongings. Your water skin isn't pierced. The spare clothes are still here. Just in case, you take a look at your wooden bowl and mug, your cape, tinderbox, bandages, food rations, knife. Nothing special or too cumbersome. From time to time, your routine helps you avoid mistakes, but this doesn't make it any more exciting. Taking hits will damage your armor. You can then fix it at various settlements. Okay, and then inventory is our possessions. Unless you're occupied with other tasks, you need food, drink potions, and use your items from this menu. Be sure to click on each new item you see and some of them can have unusual applications. A small healing potion. You recognize a magical potion when you see one. It has a tall wax seal, inside of which there's a thin stick, enabling swift opening. According to what you've heard, it's a healing potion, but you estimate that's not enough to heal an entire shell. Healing potions may be the most desired liquid in the Dragonwoods, especially among travelers, hunters, and fighters. Food rations. The fresh snacks spoil fast outside of a cellar, while long-lasting foods are either expensive, like honey or dried meat, or require cooking before consumption, like beans or grains. Most travelers spend their nights in taverns, huts, and villages, where they can trade for cheap warm meals, or even eat leftovers for free. As a result, food rations are eaten only when necessary. A pouch with coins. When it comes to trade, there's barely any connection between the Hovlavin's marketplaces and the inns of the countryside. While city officials keep track of the value of different goods and oversee the legitimacy of used coins, the villages prefer to barter or exchange their resources for work and other favors. A single coin is worth quite a lot among merchants. It allows you to stay and eat in a shoddy city tavern for about 5 days. For 10 coins you buy a decent bow, for 20 a sword, and for 100 a squad of mercenaries will be willing to face a family of trolls. A gambeson. Padded jackets are an essential piece of any armor set. They protect the wearer's chest, abdomen, arms, and thighs. The lighter jackets, called aketons, are worn under heavier sets made of alloys or chitin. while the thicker ones, known as gambesons, are worn alone. They are relatively easy to make, and while not all travelers can afford them or wear them for hours without getting tired, they are commonly
Stream
used by
elements.
guides, mercenaries, and
Said,
soldiers.
stay moist, my
Your armor
friend,
is not in best
hydrate.
shape and could use some additional work. Alchemy is meant to fill liquids with pneuma, replacing the required power and the mastery of spells with special ingredients, rituals, and instruments. Your collection includes rare liquids, plants, rocks, and animal remains. It's not enough to brew a powerful mixture, but without them, even the most expensive workwear would be of little use. Finding new ingredients takes a bit of courage, but it's also a part of your daily routine. Whenever you find something interesting growing near a road, you gather it for later use just in case. Because of that, you also know the basics of herbalism, a less spectacular art which allows you to achieve predictable results without spending on unreliable pneuma. A bundle of black rootswort, a caviar mushroom, a snakebait flower, a jar of cursed soil, a piece of foul-looking driftwood, a collection of fresh rare herbs, Frog Friend, a mushroom found at the wetlands, a basalt rock powdered on the top of a mountain, and a bunch of marsh bowls. All sorts of odds and ends that you have taken on this journey just in case. A rainproof cloak, a set of bone needles and a thread, an iron knife, a blade sharpener, a tinderbox, and a couple of tallow candles. A bunch of rags used to make torches, as well as a flask of oil, a pair of protective gloves made of thick leather. Most people in the Dragonwoods don't need to know how to read or write. The lessons are time-consuming and, often, expensive. The exchange of written text is practiced among people who need to create complex, exact documents and keep them in good condition for years or even centuries. This group includes priests, lawyers, inventors, officials, richer merchants, and high-ranking military chieftains. Less than 10% of society is literate, and the major part of this group lives in the cities. Axes made of metals or alloys are among the most common weapons used by travelers. Not as safe as spears, not as fancy as swords, but their powerful strikes can get through animal shells, scales, or thick furs, as well as most armors. They are not great when it comes to parrying, but a single strike may be enough to leave a devastating wound. Still, the vast majority of them are used by lumberjacks, farmers, or carpenters, and pretty much every household in the countryside owns at least one, just in case. Their shapes, sizes, and used materials vary. Heads are made of stone, especially flint, bones, chitin, and massive seashells, while handles are almost always made of wood, antlers, and leather straps. And that's our inventory. They're at the table again, observing your beast, and chatting between themselves. Your tummy growls at the sight of them eating out of wooden bowls. One more bowl was put at a previously unused end of the table. You can sit down on a tree log. I join them and take a look at the meal. It's cold gruel, the meal eaten in times of hardship. This specific bowl is filled with water, hog millet, and some strange-looking cereals, and blueberries. Welcoming you with a meal, even a humble one, is beyond their duty. Soldiers live with and for their companions, constantly on the move from one part of the realm to another, making sacrifices to protect their group as they face dozens of hideous creatures. Their lives are filled with discipline, hardship, and camaraderie. Roadwardens, on the other hand, learn how to work by themselves. They seldom engage in open combat, patrolling the same roads for years. They help the settlement stay in touch, but also maintain commerce, settle down, forge friendships. When there are no laws to follow, they use their own judgment. Different responsibilities, different lifestyles. Keeping your tummy full will make you stronger. Starvation won't allow you to rest vitality while resting. You can find your supplies in the inventory. Okay, I eat quickly, not focusing on the taste, and speak with Tulia. She's focused and chooses her words carefully. She looks away only when she gathers her thoughts. I'm afraid I can tell you less than I would like to, and less than I should. She nods to the other soldier. As you can see, there's not a lot of us left. At the beginning of summer, there were 8 of us, including our previous lieutenant. 5 are dead. 1 has run away in tears. We are also strangers in this land, adds her companion. Any piece of information may help me do my job. The man leans forward. His legs shake nervously. He sounds like a kid asking a bard to sing one more story, tell a joke, or do a magic trick. Whatever it takes to escape from boredom. His untrimmed beard hides a much younger face than you officially thought. What did the officials tell you? I expect not that much. No soul governs these lands. I share what I consider to be relevant. You tell the soldiers how little guidance you've received. Since this area is too far away from Hovlavin to keep it under control, you were warned that it's untamed and unknown. Who knows how many villages, bandits, or monsters may be found in these unmapped hills and forests. From time to time, new people come here to look for boundless opportunities. Most of them never return. Do they turn into walking corpses or find what they are looking for? No soul could tell me, so I was looking for your guidance. The lieutenant drinks from her cup and crosses her legs, ankle on knee. Seeing her chair makes you doubt she'll ever find a comfortable position. Where should we start? Before I continue my journey, I need to ask them about the peninsula, the Roadwarden, and the rope. What happened to your squad? The man shrugs. Bandits happen, and monsters. A strong band, though, his companion chips in. When we got to the peninsula in spring, we saw some people living in this camp. The lieutenant decided to avoid it and look for an inn. We had to travel through the night for a bit. The bearded soldier scarcely crosses his arms, but she carries on. If he had decided otherwise, we would have all died that day. The innkeeper explained that the camp is a trap, that the armed ones pretend to be soldiers. Stay there at night, lose everything you have. Sounds like slave hunters. Tulia sighs. Very much so. They killed some and took others away, who knows where. They were letting the northerners go, hoping to avoid their wrath. It kind of worked. We asked them for help, but they refused. He had to clear the entire camp on our own. And that's why 3 of our people died. Don't exaggerate. It's not like the lieutenant didn't make a mistake. He wanted to get rid of them and take over their camp, but we didn't know our enemy well enough. We were outnumbered, and they had an ice mage among them. At least we cleared the road, saved lives. You mentioned monsters as well. Nothing that would surprise you. Those of us who survived the skirmish were young, too inexperienced to spend a summer in this place without a good leader, and they didn't trust me. One of them got caught by a tree ant. Another one ignored my orders to perform some sort of ritual hunt, so a werebear tore her to pieces. The last one tried to act tough, but didn't tell us that he had cut his hand while cleaning his gambeson. We had to cut it off, and he was so ashamed that he decided to walk north, find a new life, disappear. Idiot. What a colorful journey. The man tries to drink from his mug, but it's empty. We've made this place safer. Barely. Tulia seems tired, and who knows if it was worth the lives and effort. Tulia, how did you become a lieutenant? That's not much of a story, honestly. She looks at her hand, which is currently rolling a mug over the table. In the city, there's a strict order of, what should I call it? She exchanges a look with her companion, but he can't help her. Well, leadership succession, I guess. Hovlavin chief selects commanders, those select lieutenants, and those put their soldiers in order of priority. If a lieutenant dies, they get replaced by the next soldier in line. So you were his successor. No, not exactly. When we fought the bandits, our lieutenant was hit by a slingshot. His boyfriend jumped to help him, but failed to protect either of them from a spell. It was like a ball of ice that hung above them and exploded, piercing their heads, completely avoiding their shield. Really unpleasant. She pauses. And you were the third one in line, is that right? Basically, yeah, she says without enthusiasm. I didn't plan to become a leader, though. I'll get demoted once we return to the city. I prefer to follow anyway. What was your squad's mission? The lieutenant looks into your eyes. You know, the usual, making the roads safe, keeping people alive. I explained that it may be important for me to know what they have tried to accomplish. I can't really tell you. Let's just say it would be nice to have a reliable outpost somewhere nearby, a place where you can always find a group of fighters willing to protect you in the name of the law. She tilts her head back. Now, if you have any other questions. Anything I should know about this camp? The story is brief. Some merchants built the camp to have an extra stop for mules and donkeys just between the inn and the southern villages. There's plenty of grass here and a pond nearby. When the peninsula grew more dangerous, the camp stood abandoned, from time to time serving as a shelter for travelers. The bandits came here in spring, further paralyzing the exchange of information between the northern and southern settlements. Since these highwaymen are no more, the situation may reverse. Time will tell. You can sleep here wherever you want, the man concludes their tale, though don't expect to wake up without pain in your back. If you were me, where would you go next? The soldier answers quickly. To the inn, of course. He grabs his empty mug. The one northwest from here. If you can't afford the room, the main hall is free of charge. The locals rarely gather there. The northern road is much more traveled. But the hunters will tell you about this and that, and you'll have a chance to introduce yourself. The innkeeper can listen. He knows many souls. Any tips on how I can make a good first impression on him? She smirks. Avoid cheap jokes, stick to trade, don't waste his time. Show him that you can be relied on. Any ideas what happened to the previous Roadwarden? Tulia takes a deep breath. Aren't you a bit late for a rescue mission? We haven't heard from him for almost half a year. The soldiers speak for it. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, RM. Welcome on in, friends. For those who don't know, my name is Jade, and I am a unicorn turtle. I might be a bit slow, but we all have a little bit of unicorn or something special in us. A little unicorn magic.
Scenic raid, scenic raid, scenic raid, scenic raid.
What were you guys playing? We just started something called Roadwarden. We're still not completely sure what we're doing, but we're doing something.
Said. Scenic raid.
Scenic raid.
Stream elements. Said. Look who has decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel https www.twitch.tv.
Oh, Marvel Rivals. I've heard a few things about Marvel Rivals, but I don't know much about it myself. Hopefully you won. Hopefully you won a whole bunch and didn't get whooped too hard. The soldiers speak for a bit between themselves, trying to get their stories straight. They confirm that he had stopped by their camp a few times, but stopped showing up at all in early summer. The bearded soldier starts to scratch the table with the tip of his knife without looking at you. I don't remember his voice. Always busy, frowning at things to take care of. He would sit somewhere, sharpen his sword, fix his loud mail, clean clothes, write notes on that wax tablet of his. Yep, and leave at dawn. Unlike us, Asterion never gets bored. He's secretive, but some of the locals speak about him warmly. Maybe he just doesn't like us. Sounds like you're not sure if he's dead or not. If anyone knows, they won't tell us. Maybe someone is keeping him in a basement. The man carves with passion. We haven't seen him or his saurian. Something ate them, I bet. The officials have hired you, right? They don't expect him to return. Richer Roadwardens often use four-legged, meat-eating saurians as their mounts. They have to be tamed and trained since they're hatching, but, unlike horses, can easily defend themselves from many monsters. At least your pal Frey is fast and reliable and won't suddenly sink his teeth into an innocent passerby. Do you know what he was looking for? Maybe he left you a message. Neither one of us had any insight into his dealings. My predecessor left me no clues. We also took a look at Asterian's stuff. Wait, she raises her open palm. I almost forgot. She stands up and heads to a nearby tent. He has kids and a village near Hovlavin. I was planning to take all his things there. A pouch, a second spear, a decent bow, some potions, quite a treasure. She glances at you. But I would much prefer to bring them the truth about their father. So you want me to find out what happened to him in exchange for his stuff? Here's the catch. She dusts off the hilt of her sword. We've hired a messenger to ask the commanders for further orders. Since she hasn't returned and you know nothing about her, she either ran away or something happened to her. She sighs with resignation. We are meant to stay here until fall. What do you think? Come see us, tell us what you've learned about the man, and we'll get back to Hovlavin together. You think about your real mission. You were planning to return to Hovlavin in the early fall anyway. If he's alive, I don't think he's going to be happy about me taking away all of his possessions. New journal entry, find the Roadwarden. Use your journal to see the list of quests. Okay, oh, and we've got bestiary and the glossary. Okay. You need to confirm a note you're adding to your save, and notes are shared across all of your saves. Oh, we've got a lot of glossary in here. Oh my. Animal husbandry. The grounds around villages are rarely large enough to allow villagers to feed large herds, and therefore animals are mostly kept to help with labor or to provide products other than meat. Mouflons and ibexes produce wool, milk, and skins used for the production of parchment. Boars don't require much attention and eat almost anything, so they are bred for fat, meat, tusks, skins,
Bounty
or just to
Hunter
get rid of
Stereo
the leftovers.
said, "Hello, unicorn."
Hello, Stereo. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the fish. Speaking of animal husbandry, I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Ducks, geese, partridges, pheasants, and quails produce eggs and feathers, and can be used as a quick backup meal during harder times. Chickens are valued more than any other poultry since they rarely get through the tall walls and aren't picky eaters. Animals are killed for meat on special occasions or when they are too old to provide other types of products. A single family won't eat a large animal by itself, so it's common to share meat with the entire community, which will return the favor later on. If the relationships among the villagers are a bit cold, they trade instead. When an animal is butchered, it's crucial to waste as little of it as possible. Their hides are used to produce clothes, the hooves and bones add taste to soup, and the offal is either eaten or turned into unique materials such as glue. Dragon bones, known as coins, dragons, or bone dragons, they are small, hollow, ring-like pieces of bones, often kept on a string. While their shape and thickness are not precisely supervised by the state, most people can judge when the coin is too thin to be usable at the marketplace. Dragons are gigantic beasts, and killing them is something that only the most audacious people have interest in. When possible, the bones are taken from an already deceased shell, but sometimes a weakened beast needs to be helped along. Dragon hunters do what they can not to spoil their prey. Counterfeiting coins takes a lot of effort, and requires gathering bones of smaller but still dangerous saurians, then carving distinctive grooves inside every single coin. Using or producing large amounts of counterfeited coins ends in a lifetime of banishment from the province. The prices of goods are fluid and related to the accessibility of a specific good. The country is too poorly organized to maintain the banking system, so the merchants don't mind storing any type of bartered wares, from seeds to magical weapons. Different traditions and religions lead tribes to have their own unique view of the role and structure of a family. In some areas, one can't abandon their spouse if they have a young child together, while in others, marriages don't exist, allowing the adults to stay loosely attached to anyone who shares their affections, and the children are raised by an entire community. Some villages allow loosely defined and non-binding monogamous marriages, while in others a single family can be made of a few adults if they so desire, but they have to stay together until death. In one village, premarital sex is not a big deal, while in another it's seen as taboo, especially if it's required to find a spouse from a different tribe. If a relationship is restricted by the laws, it's mostly for the sake of the children, or to make sure that the possessions of a dead person will stay with the rest of the family. In such cases, the belongings are passed to one's children, and if there are none, the priority goes to the spouses, then parents, then siblings. If, however, there's no soul left, the possessions are claimed by the entire village. In the cities, there are ways to complicate the process through a more official, written will. When nothing stands in the way, young people try to expand their families, with many women going through 3 to 10 pregnancies before they're 40. Since wars, famines, and illnesses are rare in the north, the child mortality rate isn't high, and people don't necessarily aim at having a new baby every other year. Nevertheless, the more children there are, the easier it is for them to provide for their elders, and magical heroes do their best to protect women in labor from dying. The fields are small and treated with special care. While cereals are not the base of the common diet, well-kept fields can deliver 2 or even 3 harvests a year, thanks to the gentle climate and short winters. Through fertilizers, especially animal dung, villagers keep the ground rich for as long as possible. Experienced farmers and druids also support their trade with magical rituals. While it takes time and long preparation, it doesn't require large amounts of magical power and can, for example, protect one's plants from common diseases or insects. The cultivated grasses include barley, oat, rye, and wheat. They provide groats, cereals, and fodder for animals. Cereals are mostly used to produce flours, which can be quickly turned into bread and pies, and are the most welcome goods taken by the tax collectors. Whole broad beans are used as a meal or ground and added to the tastier cereal flours. Artichokes, cabbages, and eggplants are often used as a base for soups and stews and are rarely eaten raw. The villages that don't depend on farming, such as those with large forest gardens, or those focused on artisanship and trade, sometimes cultivate flax, turning it into linen, a high-quality fabric. Hemp isn't a fine fodder base, but can be used both as a food source and to produce cheap clothes, sacks, bags, and ropes. Fogs appear in every season aside from spring, but the majority of them occur in autumn. They are feared and hated by the Northerners, since whenever they touch a dead human shell, they awaken it. So apparently zombies are a thing in this game. Okay, that's nice. It's unknown why this happens or why it doesn't affect animal carcasses, but the common understanding is that the fog itself contains dense pneuma, which then spontaneously fills an empty human shell, replacing one's soul. I'm kind of liking how they're saying the word shell instead of corpse. That's kind of interesting there. Humans can replicate this effect thanks to the forbidden art of necromancy. Fogs also increase the potential of spellcasters. The fog is power, the tablets say, and while most people stay inside their home while it's around, it makes casting spells easier by supplying wizards with pneuma. During foggy days, magic potions are easier to brew, golems act faster, and the blood magic becomes less demanding. So that could be useful to know if we were playing a mage build. Fog makes us stronger. Foraging in forest gardens. The older villages tame the wilderness slowly, making it safer and less tempting for predators. They construct small shelters, surround minor areas with fences, remove smaller trees, gather branches, and weed the less desirable plants. This process may take generations, but when done carefully, the village becomes prosperous. Forest gardens offer wood, food, and herbs. Nevertheless, the settlers forage in the forest from day one. They look for wild vegetables, spices, honey, eggs, and small game. Nuts can be stored almost anywhere and are a valuable backup food. Mushrooms are dried and kept for later, just like the small, sour wild fruits, especially quinces, grapes, apples, pears, plums, and berries may be eaten fresh, but are more often added to meat or gruels. In desperate times, the foragers either hunt or look for edible barks, roots, worms, and insects, especially termites and ants. They learn to recognize edible acorns, turning them into a roasted beverage, or make a semi-sweet flour from some types of chestnuts, though this procedure takes quite a lot of time and preparation. Herbalism. The healers are not aware what causes illnesses and how the human shell works. If there exists medical science in this realm, it's practiced by the herbalist. Their knowledge of herbs and other ingredients required for medicaments and antidotes may turn into the foundation of their alchemical practices. Although traditional herbalists don't need magic, and their profession is much more forgiving, especially since they are supported strongly by the placebo effect. From time to time, every village has to hunt, but not all of them have specialized hunters. Careless hunting may irritate the beast and provoke them to attack the settlement, and the process in itself can be extremely dangerous. Hunters avoid fighting with their prey and prefer to use traps, crossbows, or spells to overcome their physical disadvantages. The true masters of the hunt know when and how to track their prey, how to flay it, and how to collect valuable trophies and alchemical ingredients from it. When they aren't looking for game, they search for eggs, explore the wilderness, or look for valuable bones and antlers. Most hunters retire before they pass their 40th birthday. Since their life involves constant learning and complex decision making, they teach their trade to their children. Fishing is a safer type of hunting, though it involves just as much knowledge to efficiently support an entire village. It doesn't provoke nature's counterattacks as much, yet it still isn't a safe activity. Water sources gather predators hoping to catch thirsty animals. Setting up fishing equipment at night or crossing deeper waters on a boat is never a time to relax. There are three major languages used in the north. Adir's language, known as the language of the tablets, the city tongue, and the Old Speech. While no soul speaks using Adir's language, it's a useful tool based on the language used by the tribe of Adir, the first emperor. It was used to write down rites tablets, as well as poems, songs, historical archives, philosophical contemplations, and alchemical and magical research. It developed the writing system and intellectual tradition of the realm and is constantly used by scholars. The language that took over and is known by almost everyone is known as the city tongue, used by the majority of the tribes that Adir conquered. It spread quickly and widely, helping to find people to trade without forcing them to learn a foreign language first. The city tongue is not popular in writing, but most people use it in their thoughts, speech, and dreams. The Old Speech is seen as the language of pagans, or rather a large group of vaguely related languages. The city officials are discouraged from learning it and using it. Only the most isolated or the most isolationist villages and settlements use it in their daily conversations, and therefore it evolves at a much slower pace than the city tongue. Those who use it are often considered alien and strange. It has no written form, though literate necromancers use Adir's alphabet to represent the sounds they want to write down, though the results are far from perfect. The relics of the old speech are still present in names and proverbs. In the 10 cities, the religious figures influence both the legislation processes and the judiciary of the state. Not only have the priests developed and maintained this system, but they are also the ones who keep all the records in their archives and temples. The space for abuse is virtually limitless, and the cities experienced it at every step. Every city has its own set of laws and regulations, and even the officials can't easily bend them. Living in the countryside, on the other hand, is not strictly regulated. If a building stands empty, one can ask to simply move in. When one commits a crime, the village judges how to handle it. If one is more of a burden to the community than help, they may be asked to take on additional duties or even to leave. No soul owns the fish in the lakes, the game in the forest, the rights to the land, or to craft. It's uncommon to punish for sinful deeds that don't hurt anyone in a significant manner. Improper behavior may lead to a small fine, but in most cases, only harmful actions are punished, usually by being forced to do involuntary work or by being banished from a settlement, sometimes with a mark on one's face, carved by a blade or hot iron. There's one rule shared by the entire North. Don't provoke nature, and don't exploit it to the point where it attacks the villages, or you will face the most severe of punishments. The Plague. The decentralized civilization of the North makes it difficult for epidemics to spread. Most of the time, the deadliest illnesses wipe out entire settlements before they have a chance to transfer outside. The cities keep an eye on dangerous symptoms and use magic to eliminate any pestilence before it gets out of control. However, just 10 years before the southern invasion, the plague overran the realm, surprising even the mages and the most experienced herbalists. Its symptoms were difficult to spot, and it attacked most of the cities pretty much at the same time, spreading to the closest villages quickly. Every 20th northerner had died before the healers found efficient ways to overcome this crisis. Roadwardens. They use many titles, but are essentially travelers who patrol selected routes or roam about an entire province on their expensive palfreys. While some of them are simple mercenaries hired on a long-term contract by village mayors, most road wardens get paid directly by the city officials, recruited among army veterans or trusted allies. Their duties include dealing with human corpses that can be found on the roads, delivering messages, and protecting travelers, especially merchants. They may also be required to learn the basics of the city laws and serve as judges to distant troubled communities. Even though their salary is high, they often look for bounties, participate in commerce, or simply loot the unfortunate deceased in the middle of nowhere. A road warden may retire quite early, though the job is extremely dangerous and, as a result, also very respectable. There are also the self-proclaimed road wardens, ambitious ex-soldiers, mercenaries, or trophy hunters who didn't get the job or decide to work outside the boundaries of the law. Some of them have noble intentions and help others live in peace and safety, though more often they are little more than roaming bounty hunters. Summer lasts for half a year. During this period, the wild animals dominate in the wilderness, but the days are warm, winds gentle, nights short, and roads passable. It's good enough for the roaming merchants, bandits, and travelers, while the farmers take care of their animals and fields, going through 2 or 3 harvests. The next 3 seasons take less than 60 days each. Autumn annoys people with its cold nights and rainy or foggy days. The monstrous beast and the undead migrate through the land, making the muddy roads even more dangerous. The poor gather supplies, make warm clothes, and fix their houses, while the rich close their deals, manage the final journeys, collect the taxes, usually food, and gather in the cities. Winter paralyzes the realm, heavy snowfalls cover the roads, the predators are hungry, and the nights cut the days in half. Only the most essential trails are cleared, so the distant villages are on their own. The tribes focus on crafting and killing time, locked in their homes, sometimes sharing space to save firewood. The social life in the cities is louder than ever, and the daily struggles are not as severe. Spring brings the new calendar year. The melting snows reveal food supplies for animals, resulting in safer roads. It's the best period to build new roads and bridges, prepare fields, cut down the weaker trees, and repair walls without provoking the wild creatures. It's also when the villagers travel more for entertainment than out of necessity, visiting their neighbors or participating in religious rituals. Traveling. Attempts to pave the roads are rarely successful, as they provoke the monsters and are a logistical nightmare. The main traveling routes are a result of organized efforts to clear parts of the forest and beat paths through the meadows and hills, but such labor can rarely take place outside of the springtime. The trails are little more than firm ground covered by rocks, if by anything at all, and with trunks and roots that could damage the wagon wheels removed. They don't change the wilderness more than is necessary unless the locals have a safe shelter nearby and many years to put their plans into action. That's why the safest trails are close to the settlements, especially the cities, which send out patrols and build secure havens, such as inns, chapels, and strongholds. Wrath of the Herds. Whenever the Northerners interfere greatly with nature in a short time span by clearing the forests, making roads, creating new fields, killing large amounts of wild game, especially during seasons other than spring, the wild creatures from rodents to dragons join forces to remove the threat. The animals can't get through the walls of the 10 cities, but the state doesn't have power to just expand its control as it pleases. The territorial expansion of the Northerners is extremely slow, and every city has at least 1,000 years of history behind it. This phenomenon doesn't occur in other parts of the world. Alchemy. Alchemical potions, bombs, and powders are a subcategory of magical items, but alchemists don't try to influence their structure for centuries to come. Once the mixtures are consumed, put on skin, poured on the ground, or left alone for a long time, their effect takes place, then vanishes. While it's possible to create potions the same way the enchanters make magical items, most alchemists keep their pneuma unaffected by using precisely measured ingredients to substitute the power required to brew. Even a master alchemist doesn't have to possess advanced magical abilities to fulfill their profession. Alchemists use animal shells, plants, herbs, special types of water, fungi, gemstones, and other ingredients, which often have to be collected or used in particular conditions. An alchemist needs to supervise the temperature, pressure, and the time it takes to complete specific tasks while brewing. All these details led the alchemists to write down their knowledge and research. The huge prices of their services have turned their scrolls and codices into cryptic texts filled with ciphers and mysterious symbolic pictures, and their true meaning is reserved for the alchemist's crafting circles. Blood magic. People who can't develop efficient magical skills can substitute them with the power held in human blood. The possibilities of this discipline are potentially limitless, as long as one can perform the correct ritual and supply it with the required energy. Even a child would be able to use blood sorcery to summon an earthquake. However, this source of power is very inefficient. One can achieve minor results by cutting their skin and using their own blood, but greedy blood mages sacrifice human lives or collect the supplies from captives held on the verge of death. According to the stories, Aether, the first emperor, executed a mage who had murdered hundreds of people just to cast a single spell, turning them into an army of the undead. Rites tablets explicitly forbid any sort of blood magic, although for some pagans there are times when using it is excusable. Curses and blessings. Most scholars perceive them as magical illnesses. They are mostly linked to blood sorcery and complex rituals, and can affect an object, place, or one's shell and thoughts. Basic curses last for a short time, while others never deplete themselves or even drain the victim's pneuma to grow in strength with every passing day. The Northerners condemn those who know how to curse others. Unlike regular illnesses, curses can't spread on their own, but at the same time they are completely resistant to placebo effects. They require specific medicines or the long and exhaustive efforts of magical healers. Blessings, on the other hand, are beneficial spells enhancing human shells or their surroundings with a desirable effect. While they are appreciated, for an unexplained reason they are more difficult to cast, and their efforts are much shorter than in the case of curses. Enchanting. Filling an item with magic requires time, power, practice, and a lot of planning. This long process ultimately gives an item a place in the companion, turning it into a physical manifestation of a magical spell. The stronger the effect, the more pneuma it requires, so a mage may need to saturate an item for even hundreds of hours. Because of this, most enchanters don't have much interest in spells. They value knowledge and experience, sometimes willing to exchange their secrets and research with other manufacturers, or even create craft guilds. Their services make it ridiculously expensive, so they use their own creations to protect themselves from troublesome clients or bandits. Most people have enough potential to learn a simple spell. It's common among the villagers to cast them to heal their crops with animals, to ignite fireplaces, or wash laundry with a single breath. Such spells are passed from parents to their children or taught by the village elders as a part of basic survival. It's also not uncommon to find a person who takes their mastery of a spell quite far, but is focused on other activities. Warriors use magic to enhance their strength, blacksmiths to control fire, priests to heal others. Such people are known as sorcerers. Mages, on the other hand, are people who are not only unusually talented, but also committed to learning or inventing new spells. They are specialists who completely depend on their powers. People consider magic to be extremely difficult, so some of them limit their options to the usage of blood magic. Just as rarely someone possesses a magnificent talent, being able to learn or develop powerful spells after just a couple of weeks of free experimentation. In most cases, magical abilities require hard work, practice, and years of effort, which makes it not the most attractive option for the busy people of the North. Necromancy. Awakening empty human shells with magic. It's forbidden by rites, churches, and difficult to encounter in the cities, though more common in the distant villages, especially among the pagans. The undead are used as a free workforce, substituting slaves, mules, cart horses, field workers, warriors, or hunters. The undead controlled by the necromancers are obedient, but once their owner loses consciousness, outside of falling asleep, or dies, the corpses they control are set free and filled with the desire to murder as many humans as they can for the rest of eternity, and feast on their blood. As a result, overly ambitious necromancers are condemned by their communities. Dragonwoods, a territory set in the northern part of the land, separated from the southern realms by the growing mountains. Is covered with forest, wetlands, jungles, and meadows, sewn together with a dense web of rivers. The swamps, lakes, and thickets force the locals to use long, meandering roads. Emperors and empresses. The north used to be ruled by an emperor, or empress. They, or rather their court, were a chief of the capital city, the head of the United Church, and the commander-in-chief. While the villagers were aware of the existence of the court, almost none of them ever had an opportunity to see the royal faces. The 10 cities united the city folk, but the vast majority of the common folk felt attached only to their own villages, or to the larger tribe to which their settlement belonged, and called themselves the Northerners. The role of the emperors was shaped by 1,500 years of tradition. Ideally, the most suitable candidate was elected by the 10 chiefs of the cities, but thanks to the nepotism and power held by the court, almost all of the elected emperors belonged to a small group of royal families. Losing in the southern invasion has discredited the position of the emperors. The ruling empress has disappeared and never officially lost her position. At first her duties were carried out by the court and city chiefs, but after their army lost to the southerners, the first usurpers came to the surface. The interregnum, political intrigues, rivalry, and assassinations brought the city folk to the point where they are losing their faith in the state. The growing mountains. a massive mountain chain with hundreds of springs, caves, short plants, and snow at the peaks. With its narrow gorges and the watchtowers built by the 10 cities, it separates the Dragonwoods from the wastelands. Even the waters next to it are difficult to cross without entering the deep seas. The local tribes are known as clans, both independent and connected by their tight cultural bonds. The land, the continent known to the northerners, it's surrounded by great oceans, separated from other distant regions that were just recently discovered. Colonizing these realms is still at its dawn, and only a few ships have returned from them. The Southern Invasion. Since the rise of the 10 cities, their state priests and artists have portrayed the lands south of the growing mountains as barbaric, primitive, and inferior. The pagan beliefs and technological advancements of the barbarians were mocked and diminished, while the corsairs who were sent against them to pillage were seen as disturbance of the right's people. These were the times of a complex mix of bigotry, cruelty, and the arms races. The nations living in the deserts joined their forces, not always willingly, with the realms from even deeper south, which strengthened their defenses and allowed them to push against the cities. The turning point occurred when an alchemist introduced black powder to the nations in the south. 25 years ago, the tribes launched a massive campaign through the growing mountains, this time using the new weapon to take down the unprepared strongholds. The cities, unaware of the existence of explosives, took heavy losses. The clans of the growing mountains knew they could do nothing to stop the enemy troops and let them pass freely. The invaders set the camps at the feet of the mountains and began their expansion. The city forces, weakened by the plague, weren't able to keep up with the numbers of the tribes, this time prepared for guerrilla warfare. The invaders conquered multiple settlements, releasing slaves and gaining valuable knowledge. The Southerners realized they should avoid the cities at any cost, slowly moving to the northern coast and fighting over the villages and lesser military outposts, either burning them to the ground or sparing them in exchange for food and other forms of support. After just 3 years, the war already had its winner, but the cities refused to give up, no matter the cost. When the southern tribes finally took control over a couple of provinces at once, they used new supplies of black powder to, for the first time in history, conquer one of the cities. Since the empress was nowhere to be found, the imperial court surrendered in her name. The Southern Realms, a vast, varied area known to the older northerners as the Wastelands. The realms near the growing mountains are indeed little more than deserts, marshes, and barren hills. But the further south one travels, the more fields, herds, and cities they'll find. Since there are no jungles and homes for gigantic beasts, the tribes have to compete with each other over resources. Before the invasion that took place 1 generation ago, the southern tribes were called barbarians, and the southern realms were known as the Wastelands. The 10 cities. The state fell 1 generation ago, but the idea of it still unites the city folk and those villagers who collaborate with the cities closely. The so-called barbarians from the southern tribes have pillaged the realm, pushing the locals away from the growing mountains. Many settlements have been pillaged, burnt, or abandoned, and while the cities still stand, their governments can't maintain the old order, splitting its power with the churches and merchant guilds. As these groups compete with each other, they are additionally weakened by their petty games. There's only 9 of the 10 cities left, with the last one being overrun by scavengers, undead, and monsters. The remaining ones are ruled independently by their own chiefs, controlling the territory that belongs to their province. They're focused on maintaining the taxation system to feed the officials, artisans, scholars, mages, soldiers, and artists. They have to collaborate with nearby villages or settle in new areas, but there's not many people interested in such a dangerous venture. Aside from protecting those living among the walls, the cities patrol the roads, pay the innkeepers to maintain shelters, guard the temples and chapels of the United Church, send soldiers to settlements, and hunt for the undead, unusual beasts, or criminals. though if possible, the soldiers would rather hire specialists to take care of such tasks. The villages collaborate with the cities by signing taxation deals. Their representatives, usually the elected mayors, are paid for learning how to read, collecting taxes, and maintaining order. These contracts resemble other trade deals. The city gets a chunk of the food or other goods produced by the village, while the villagers gain access to soldiers, master artisans, traders, and priests. The further away from the cities, the less the villagers are connected to them, not only economically, but even more so culturally. Every tribe has its own way of governing itself, responding to the traditions and needs of the community. Settlements that don't pay taxes won't receive the city's protection, and many deal with fewer traders, but in return sustain the independence of their beliefs, culture, and laws. Tribes and Northerners. Emperors and empresses call themselves the protectors of the 10 provinces and their tribes, but the rural areas, where the majority of the population lives, rarely attach much weight to such claims. While the disappearance of the empress has wounded the integrity of the realm, it didn't end up in complete anarchy. The imperial court, even without an official leader, is also the core religious institution of the United Church. It influences the city governments, designing systems to maintain the loyalty of the chiefs and their taxpayers. To this day, the laws are signed in the name of the empress, and the priests stress the significance of loyalty to the cities. This influence isn't as strong in the distant villages. The pagan communities tend to completely cut their ties to the cities to protect themselves from possible persecution from the Unites, while the fellowships idolize living in small communities and perceive the differences between various villages as a source of pride. Even the tax-paying settlements consider their duties a transaction rather than an act of patriotism. They pay for protection, security on the roads, and to maintain a good relationship with city merchants. Most villagers asked where they are from would answer that they are from here, meaning their home. They wouldn't even consider stating that they are tied to a province or a city, or that they belong to the same nation as someone who lives a week of traveling away from them. Some villagers are closely related to each other, even by blood, and therefore see themselves as being one tribe, but such ties get looser with the passage of time. Warfare. The armies of the 10 cities can't move in large groups or plan open battles in the middle of nowhere, and are divided into squads between 5 and 20 people each. For them, there isn't much of a difference between fighting bandits, blood sorcerers, or beasts. They travel in groups, scouting and engaging in combat whenever possible, relying on the experience of their leader. The Northerners are focused on keeping their sparse settlements from collapsing. The tall walls were built this way to protect the locals from the wilderness, not siege weapons. Over the centuries, there have only been a couple of open wars between the cities, and all of them were focused on overtaking villages and trade routes. For most people, the main role of soldiers is to deal with monsters, necromancers, and highwaymen, not to participate in political games. Focusing military tactics on guerrilla warfare results in a unique approach to designing weapons and armors. The crude force capable of penetrating the skins of monsters is valued more than fancy dueling equipment. While traps are more important than any mount, religion. A deer. Over 1500 years, a deer was one of many chieftains aiming to unite the nearby tribes, though he was the first one who managed to establish an alliance with the clans of the growing mountains. A deer's army gained access to steel equipment, which allowed him to dominate more villages than any leader before him. After a few spectacular conquests that helped him grow and feed his army, another dozen chiefs agreed to assist his campaign and provide him with recruits and supplies in exchange for their survival and partial independence. Adir became the ruler of the first major province, and the influence of his tribe's religion kept growing as the first laws were passed based upon the values presented in the tablets. During the next 5 centuries, the emperors and empresses conquered new grounds, dividing the lands north of the growing mountains into 10 provinces, all of which were following the teachings of the United Church, the religion led by the imperial court. Atheism. There are plenty of people who don't follow any type of religious beliefs. In some places, atheists are the majority, while in others they are treated as pagans and protect themselves by participating in religious rituals despite their lack of conviction. Fellowships, the River of Freedom. The tablets tell stories about the people who pursue strong morals and try to free themselves from malice, about simple humans doing their best to live an honest, pious life, since the tribes bring their own doom through greed and ignorance. These stories focus on the importance of an average person, a priceless member of a larger community. Fellowships, or the eremites, are present in the villages, especially those that are not too fond of the United Church or decided to cut any ties to the city. They are in no way a unified organization, as one of them holds a different set of beliefs and traditions, focused on the value of independence of an individual, and they believe that the tablets were meant to help people live in small gatherings, focused on humble existence and piety, and adapting the laws to the needs of the greater good. The fellowships often consider the cities to be a parody of right's will, a result of the blind lust for power, a prison for human shell and soul. The longer the fellowships stay independent, the more they merge their beliefs with pagan practices. The eremites seek freedom in all forms. They want to be free from sin, independent from the cities, and to create their own stories and ideas. They consider the orders of truth to be too cryptic and enigmatic, too obsessed with proving that their truth is the only one that matters. While the fellowships hold rights tablets in great esteem and consider them to be the greatest source of knowledge, they don't try to explain all of their nuances, focusing mostly on the most practical advice and directions. The fellowships have no significance in grand politics and hold little power. Every church is unique, and even if a few of them find common ground, they never unite for long enough to finish any larger endeavor, usually collapsing and dividing themselves once they grow. Many of them are directly responsible for breaking tribes into smaller ones. At the same time, they can be essential for survival. Their priests aim to spend their entire life in a single village, teaching kids interested in reading and guiding the locals through ceremonies. But on the other hand, some communities are controlled by a corrupt, despotic religious figure. The eremites see the wilderness as a part of life but separate from their spirituality. They try to influence their surroundings and live in harmony with it, but are much more pragmatic in their approach than those who follow the other rivers of faith. Orders of Truth, the River of Truth. The tablets portray people pursuing knowledge of both spiritual and physical worlds. They rarely focus on children, instead describing experienced, mature people looking for wisdom, contemplating their faith, exploring philosophical ideas, or inventing new technology. Sages, wizards, herbalists, and inventors. The Orders of Truth, known as the Seekers, had no interest in pursuing political power or gathering wealth. Instead of creating hierarchies of priests and priestesses, they invited anyone ready to abandon their personal possessions, or, in some cases, even their families, to live in small communities focused on gathering knowledge, creating and copying handwritten books, developing new technologies, exploring art, and studying medicine, alchemy, or magic. While these gatherings, later known as the Orders, were focused on different activities, they were ready to share their knowledge with each other and support themselves in times of need. At first, the United Church allowed the seekers to carry on with their research. After a couple of centuries, some orders gathered large collections of priceless books and talented artisans, able to sell their works for huge prices. The Unites tried to force them to adapt their traditional structures and join the priesthood, as well as share their riches and knowledge with the grand temples. The orders refused, engaging in a long political conflict. Some monasteries were forced to succumb to the law, while others moved to rural areas, trying to live in harmony with the villages willing to exchange supplies for the knowledge and artisanship. A couple of the orders turned out to be influential and powerful enough to stay in the cities after all. Their large monasteries are generously rewarded for their abilities, but their knowledge is veiled in secrecy, securing the position of those who have access. The monks
Stream
aren't
elements.
explorers. They
Said.
usually stay in their
Stay moist, my
strongholds,
friends, hydrate.
only sometimes organizing expeditions to gather information and resources that can't be obtained otherwise, or to transport books or goods for sale. The orders don't keep military squads, but the monasteries settle in rural areas are well protected and even fortified. The Seekers portray nature as a mysterious force, a realm where the ancient heroes were illuminated by the right or understood the secrets of life and magic. While they condemn necromancy and blood sorcery, they don't alienate themselves from the pagan tribes, considering them to be lost, rather than wicked. At the same time, they express contempt to the United Church, portraying it as spiritually hollow and too invested in the political intrigues and violence. They had mixed feelings to emperors and empresses, but remained loyal to their military authority. Pagans. Right's followers see other religions as paganism. The United Church oppressed pagans' beliefs in many ways, including military raids. Some areas, especially the villages set far away from the cities, still follow the beliefs of their ancestors, even if they have to keep it a secret. Some of them are indeed limited to a single tribe, but there are also popular ideas that reappear in various shapes across the entire realm. Some communities praise minor deities connected to specific trees, hills, or rivers, while others tend to focus on living in harmony with nature or on practicing strict sets of rules, following an archaic, conservative lifestyle. Even though most pagans condemn blood sorcery, it's common for shamans, druids, and witches to practice necromancy. Some practices can get dark. Animal or human sacrifices are considered especially appalling. The number of pagan settlements, as well as those that merge paganism with the teachings of fellowships, has been increasing ever since the southern invasion reduced the influence of the United Church. The settlers from the south also bring their own traditions. Pyres. Right's followers cremate the shells to stop them from awakening. The burning ceremonies are practiced in many forms, sometimes highly ritualized, even though Right's tablets depict them rather vaguely as something simple and pragmatic. It's common for pagans to bury the shells instead, or even embrace the art of necromancy and use their dead to take care of mundane tasks. Soul, Shell, Pneuma. The people of the land see a correlation between magic and breath. They describe all living creatures as empty shells filled with pneuma, the life force sustained by breathing. They believe that creatures who use magic do so because of their souls, a unique identity held in their shells, which turns pneuma into something greater. That's why almost the entirety of magic is used through speech and breathing. Thus, all living creatures use pneuma, but only a few are soul carriers. Humans and spirits, such as the deities living in the forest, demons, or ghosts. All these ideas are in some way lacking when they are confronted with reality. Some others believe that dragons, goblins, beastfolk, or howlers do possess a soul, while others distinguish between souls of a higher and lower rank. It's not clear why some humans can cast spells by gestures alone, or why animals don't rise as the undead, or why small number of humans can't use magic at all, while the others have unusual talents. The various views and interpretations are not just a part of an advanced theological debate, but also shape stories and laws. Right's churches don't consider magic to be different from any other human activity, while minor religions believe that's either an essential part of nature or a divine domain. Spirits. It's difficult to draw a line between religions and belief in the presence of supernatural soul carriers. One order of truth may claim that spirits don't exist, another one that they do, but are a part of harmful magic aimed against humans, while yet another one may consider the right to be the most important of the spirits, but only one of many. The general understanding is that spirits are minor deities that rule over small areas or beings, such as a vale, a lake, a road, a tree, or a pack of wolves. Pagans tie their traditions to pleasing the spirits with their deeds and gifts, while the more superstitious followers of the rite offer them humble sacrifices on occasion, mostly to gain a specific favor. Various traditions portray spirits in their own unique ways. They may be living creatures and plants, shellless souls circulating through the air, the memories of ancestors tied to their tomb, a pantheon of gods, or a set of ancient laws of nature. It's safe to say they are tied strongly to a specific cultures, both reflecting its worldview and shaping it. The Three Rivers of Faith. Before the ancient stories were written down, they were present as loose tales spread round by word of mouth, constantly changing their form and meaning. The invention of the sophisticated writing system allowed for the creation of a canonical set of stories, but even in the days of Adir, there existed multiple sources and variants that did not portray a cohesive system of beliefs. Their symbols were also not understood clearly outside of Adir's tribe. After another few centuries, they additionally lost their historical context. Three major doctrines were born during the first 500 years of the 10 cities. These rivers of faith are focused on different virtues taught by rites tablets. While every doctrine accepts that the other rivers have value, they vary when it comes to prioritizing them and build unique narratives about the ethics and the purpose of human life. According to tradition, the river of order is attached to the United Church, the river of truth to the orders, and the river of freedom to the fellowships. The United Church, the river of order. The tablets tell stories about the extraordinary leaders who inspire and lead their tribes to greatness and safety. They are warriors, blacksmiths, and builders who raise new villages and temples or gain access to rare resources. The United Church, or the Unites, is the largest, the richest, and the most unified organization in the North, and is tightly connected to the politics of the cities. It has strict hierarchies of power, traditionally with an emperor or empress at the top. For hundreds of years, it was the church's duty to record the government's activities and create rules and laws enforced by the city officials. Strong laws, hierarchies, and strong leaders are considered to be valuable and of themselves. The powerful cities are meant to juxtapose the wild, dangerous forests that can never be trusted, only conquered. It claims to reflect the image of a deer, the greatest leader of the North. The grand temples of the United Church can be found in every city and are the cultural centers of the entire province, using their wealth and spectacular art to maintain their rank. Various ceremonies, songs, prayers, and holidays help to unify the spread communities with shared conditions, values, and hatred. It teaches that believers should follow their priest without question and extinguishes all sorts of heretic or foreign beliefs. It persecutes pagans, necromancers, and blood sorcerers, the so-called disruptors of peace, forcing them to live outside the city walls. Temples develop their own military squads, sending them to villages or road chapels, protecting the locals and travelers from the undead and beasts, or cremating their corpses. Since the southern invasion has reduced the church's power, many communities see the lack of these fighters as a worthy trade for restoring their independence. Unites also have a long history of corruption, manipulation, coercion, and nepotism. The priests and priestesses designed many laws to maintain their influence and develop connections for the sake of their families, offspring, and friends. In most cities, the priesthood doesn't even pretend to be impartial. Winged hourglass, the most common holy symbol used in the north, representing the vanity and triviality of life. It decorates jewelry, tombstones, and weapons. The most appreciated are the ones made of animal bones or a high quality steel. Rite and Rites tablets. Rites tablets were written almost 2,000 years ago by many authors. After 500 years, Adir, the first emperor, turned some of them into a collection of religious teachings. The Rite is the monotheistic god described in Rites tablets. They tell about superhuman deeds of colorful heroes struggling with symbolic challenges and creatures. They don't focus on a specific ethnic group and were created when the northern tribes were still far from forming shared identities. The tablets also don't explain much about the creation, purpose, or destiny of the world, focusing more on daily life and ethics. The passage of time and the complexity of these sources makes them confusing, almost incomprehensible, and they often contradict each other. The churches put a lot of effort into analyzing them, yet often disagree on even the most basic topics. The teachings most priests agree on are that the right is the only God, who fills human shells with souls. It's unwilling to forgive human wrongdoings if one decides to turn away from their evil deeds and bases their lives on truth, kindness, and justice. The value of one's life is not grand, thus every believer ought to be ready to sacrifice their life in the name of what's right, and listen to the right's will, just as the heroes of the tablets did. All humans will be judged by their deeds, both in this life and after death. Apes and monkeys. Oh, there's still more to learn about them. Interesting. I didn't see that on any of the ones over here. So how do I learn more about them? Do I have to encounter them in the wild? The limbs and tails of these furry critters have an uncanny strength, a result of the time they spend swinging from branches and climbing, doing their best to avoid the terrestrial predators. Unlike goblins, they rarely attack humans and don't use weapons, but can savagely defend their territories, to the point of participating in lasting wars with other packs, and even with human settlements. Some tribes hunt for their meat, but these beasts are still hardly understood, and many tales ascribe to them unusual powers and abilities. The communities that distinguish apes from monkeys usually describe the former as the larger ones with broader chests, and the latter as the smaller creatures with tails, but these labels don't always match the reality. Beast folk. Many believe that talking about beast folk brings bad luck. It's difficult to even judge if there's such a thing as a pure specimen. Each one of them partially resembles another animal, a boar, a wildcat, bear, owl, lizard. Yet no matter if they have long tails, fangs, tusks, claws, or antlers, they're always bipedal and seemingly capable of working together. Packs, some people say, others call them tribes. These mysterious creatures show up all across the realm, hunting for animals as well as travelers, but it's not clear how smart they actually are. They don't use weapons, nor speak, yet seem to partially understand human behavior. Even Wright's tablets describe a woman who used to trade with beast folk before they ate her. The smallest beast folks, usually with wolf-like heads, are known as gnolls. While threatening in large numbers, in small groups they don't present a problem for a skilled, confident fighter. Corpse eaters. These hairless, scaleless creatures resemble constantly stooped apes, but their limbs and torsos are extremely thin, as if there are barely any muscles on them. While they're nimble, their limited strength turned them into scavengers. They rarely move in packs. Wright's followers preach that corpse eaters should be purged from the dragonwoods, no matter the cost. A famous tale from the tablets describes the ancient home of these beasts, the Shadow Vale. They hunted and devoured any human they could find, and woke up their undead shells right away, even without a fog. Countless expeditions, even from days before the 10 cities, were meant to wipe them out in the woods. Dragonlings are fast and bipedal, often as tall as a human. Travelers encounter their packs near the roads. They're used to chasing their prey, with an extra advantage in an empty field than in the forest. They have thick dragon-like skin, powerful jaws, short hands, and some of them are partially covered with furs. Dragons. Dragons' size and the danger they present is beyond the understanding of humans. Some of them move on 4 limbs and devour leaves all day long. Some are bipedal and walk in the wilderness, hunting for other monstrosities. Others fly on their massive wings or have other, even magical powers. Dragon hides and trophies are one of the most rare and valued crafting resources on the land, and their bones are either cut into small disc-like coins or turned into weapons, armors, or tools. Foxes and such. The woods are full of medium-sized critters: badgers, foxes, wolverines, beavers. Most of them avoid humans, and in some cases are even seen as valuable allies when it comes to taming the wilderness. Still, the villagers tend to admire their beautiful furs, and since they can't really threaten a group of armed hunters, they are not seen as a threat. Gargoyles. While capable of flying, these large predators spend most of the time on the ground, using their dexterous paws to set up spots where they stand still even for days. Such camouflage ambushes are seldom noticed by distracted running prey. Like many other monsters, they hope to avoid combat, aiming to feast quickly, then look for a new hunting spot, ready to starve for weeks at a time. Goblins. These furry critters can move both on 2 legs and on all 4s, and while they resemble apes, they spend most of their time on the ground, capable of hunting for their prey and seeking new, temporal shelters. Many people, both in the monasteries of the Orders of Truth and at the marketplaces, argue how smart a goblin can really get. It's clear that they can fight with a pointed stick or pick up an abandoned sword, but it looks like they can't even start their own fire, nor speak. Nevertheless, some people call their lairs camps. Golems. Magical sentinels are not a single shell, but rather a group of levitating limbs, flexibly changing their position when necessary. They can be made of stone, clay, timber, but even weirder materials, such as animal bones, straw, or iron. Their shells have no heart, no real eyes, voice, muscles. While you've seen some of them in Hovlavin, you have no clue how they work. Griffins. The scrub griffins are 4-legged omnivores, larger than a fox, that merge features of furry critters and birds. The front parts of the shells are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker furs. Their wings seem fairly massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. The noble ones are rare and especially valued in villages across the Dragonwoods. They can be as large as a horse and taught to protect homes, as long as they're well fed. Harpies. They look like a hybrid of a goblin and a bat. While they're much stronger than the common birds of prey, they are infamous for their cowardice. They only attack in great numbers, selecting targets that seem to be alone or weakened, often trying to scare away other predators from their prey. Howlers. Howlers are monkeys of strong limbs and tails, though still not as dangerous as apes. Instead of using weapons, they fill their territories with otherworldly calls that are harmful to most creatures, including humans. While their furs are often seen as beautiful, they don't have impressive claws or teeth, and their meat is seen as unsavory. Still, the books of Rites churches mention a few grand battles over land between Howlers and humans. Hunt lords and hunt queens spend their lives trying to take over the land of their opponents or looking for a promising mate, though only for the time it takes to copulate. They can quickly run, climb, and jump on 4 paws, but are also more than confident fighting on their hind limbs. Larger and stronger than a bear, they're known to be the perfect killers. Their deafening roar, which cuts through the air whenever they finish their hunt, can be heard every night. Large cats. While the smaller wildcats are too afraid of humans to attack them, the larger species are among the strongest and most successful hunters living in the north. Strong and heavy enough to kill a boar with a single strike, but also able to remain so silent and patient that most people won't even spot them in the taller meadows. Their skins are usually turned into expensive pelts. They are not valued for their meat, nor their bones, but some people value the jewelry and clothing made of their claws and tusks, yet believe they bring bad luck on those who live close to the wilderness. Well, if the wilderness is actually able to retaliate against people who, I could see that being as bad luck. Like they know, oh, that guy killed one of our friends, we gotta get him. Yeah, I could see it being bad luck. Because of that, they are usually worn by the right richest of merchants. Peddlers. Like most people, you know quite a bit about peddlers. Maybe the most infamous source of nuisance for farmers across the Dragonwoods. They can get as big as a house, and maybe just as heavy. From time to time, peddlers look for some unusual taste, like meat or honey, which can encourage them to bother human settlements. Once they get used to a specific spot, like an unfenced farm or a forest garden, getting rid of them may be a huge endeavor. There are but a few blades able to cut through their thick skin and durable bones, and a single mistake may put them into a furious charge and then encourage them to look for human dwellings to tear them down in revenge. Runners. These birds are usually larger and taller than humans, but there's not many of them left. Like all birds, they move on two legs, but their wings are very short, and it's anyone's guess what their actual purpose is. Travelers often encounter these creatures near the roads, but they also do well in the woods. Their beaks are as large as a human head, and their strong necks allow them to easily get through their prey's skin. An unarmed soul would never be able to hurt one of them, but blades, especially those made of steel, pierce them easily. Saurians. Saurian is a term as vague as monkey and covers a vast range of four-legged creatures that resemble small dragons. I'm personally picturing something along the lines of a Komodo dragon, is what I'm picturing here. Some of them are hunted for meat, especially the smaller ones, while the larger ones often attack humans, though, though prefer heavier animals that can satiate them for longer. There are many tales about the unique abilities that some of their groups may possess, but they are among the lesser understood creatures. Spiders. The most dangerous types inhabit ruins or very lush and dark parts of the forest. They sit all by themselves in their webs, waiting for critters that have lost their way. Some are large like cattle, strong enough to cut through a human shell with their legs. Others use a poison-like substance that destroys their prey's flesh. It's impossible to list all the unique tricks they use either to strike first or to defend themselves. Treants. They are tall creatures with thick, hard skin and exceptional patience. They are slow, but thanks to their camouflage, every now and then they hit and knock out smaller creatures, then devour them whole. Since they don't have leaves, they usually grow among wetlands or hills where they resemble plants that struggle with those harsh conditions, though it's not a rule. Trolls are merciless predators that move through the forest in small groups and devour as many creatures as they can catch, trying to satiate their seemingly endless hunger. Whenever they arrive in a new area, a majority of local wild game run for their lives, which also causes the migration of predators. Only the largest monsters, such as dragons, peddlers, or unicorns, don't feel threatened by a troll family. The real instinctively the rest instinctively avoid any signs of their presence. They're massive, heavy creatures with powerful long arms. Fighting them requires a team of experienced fighters and is considered to be a righteous effort. Laying them be can put a heavy burden on the local wilderness. Witnesses claim that trolls can also be attacked by the wrath of the herds. Well, I could see that. The entire point of the wrath of the herds is if you start overextending the forest, the entire forest just attacks you. So if a troll overextends the forest, of course you're going to attack them, right? It makes sense to me. Undead. Any breathless human shell touched by a fog or by a spell of a necromancer wakes up as a bloodthirsty beast. They seek pneuma to grow stronger, may it be waiting for other foggy days or by collecting it from the dead. The more magic fills her new form, the greater their intellect and capabilities. They start using weapons, mechanisms, tools, even magic, and start to use a human-like speech. Unicorns. These massive beasts, covered with thick brown fur, are named after the horns sticking out of their skulls, often larger than a human's shell. They move on four legs in dense forests and open meadows, but since they avoid settlements or even commonly used roads, they are shrouded in mystery, with legends and rumors that often contradict one another. Yet unicorns are among the most feared creatures of the Dragonwoods, infamous for holding a crucial role in the wrath of the herds. They charge in the front, able to get through wooden and most stone walls with a single crash, ignoring the wounds they receive in the process. Their part is then done, other beasts can get inside, not bothering with the defenders. Wolves. These four-legged critters are among the most feared hunters in the wilderness, though they are not as interested in human flesh as the large cats, and tend to hunt for strong adult humans, only if they're on the verge of starvation. The largest of them are solitary, competing with other beasts over the biggest game and carcasses, while the smaller ones demonstrate an uncanny intelligence, and group in packs to defeat creatures they can't take down without assistance. Hovleben, one of the greatest harbors in the Dragonwoods and the heart of the northwestern province of the Ten Cities. I was hired by its officials and merchants. According to Tulia, Hovleben chief selects commanders. The commanders select lieutenants, and every lieutenant puts all their soldiers in order of priority. If a lieutenant dies, they get replaced by the next soldier in line. Asterian, the previous Roadwarden. He disappeared a couple of months ago under unknown circumstances. The merchants would like to find out what happened to him. Short but broad-shouldered, red hair and beard, pale, wears mail, rides on a four-legged lizard. According to Tulia, he was a bit of a recluse, constantly on the move, looking for work. Since he disappeared before summer, he may already be dead. His kids live near Hovleben. Pelts and Keep, a man in charge of Pelt of the North. According to Tulia, he prefers to stick to trade, doesn't like to waste time on jokes and empty gestures. All of that we pretty much found out from the story, so... Okay, so our current quest is to find the Roadwarden. Okay. What should I know about the peninsula? I'll tell you what I know and you'll be the judge. How long did it take you to get here from the city? On a decent palfrey, I would guess it would be 3 or 4 days. When you confirm, she continues. From here you can reach the coast in about a day, as long as you don't make any stops. Do you know the situation? Why no ships can get here? You nod. The sea route allows Hovleben officials to keep in touch with the coastal villages, collect taxes, move the soldiers, collect lumber, deliver tools. But maintaining order on a wild coast, such as this one, is like filling the ocean depths with coins. Because of the rocks, you can hardly stop a ship 5 miles from the shore, and boats can't get much closer. She nods. I don't know much about fishing, but there's not that many people living by the shore, and they don't crave to stay in touch with the city folk. As she pauses, her companion carries on. No soul from the north ever came to the camp, but when we travel to the roadside inn, Pelt of the North, they're happy to trade and to play dice. Why not just stay at one of the settlements? The man clears his throat. I mean, you know, We're here to guard this road. This camp is our post. And, well, he turns to Tulia. She lowers her voice. Don't take it the wrong way, Jade, but are you a devout soul? Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking either no, I'm not, or truth. Hmm. I'm going to go with truth, I think. Oh, I see. She hesitantly looks away. I don't know much about that river of faith, but I'm sure we're not that different. I'm a Unite myself, she says with a sort of pride in her voice. So she follows the United Church. Maybe just explain what you were thinking of. The people here are disquieting. Every few words she taps the table with her finger. Their traditions won't help them negotiate with the officials. Here, she starts to draw lines with her index finger as if she's pointing at an invisible map. The peninsula is connected with roads like a big circle. In the northwest, you'll find a weird village at a bog. It's not exactly pagan, I don't think. It even has a priest who claims to be an eremite. You nod. She means a fellowship. They do crazy shit. They use the dead to cut down trees and dig in soil. Once I saw it, I begged to never return there. I see. You've heard tales such as this one since you were a child. If an isolated settlement manages to survive without a city's influence, its customs and traditions grow more and more alien. Every generation learns how to adapt to the dangerous conditions they have to deal with, and the rustic, pagan traditions muddy their river of faith. The United Church often warns its members about the crazy druids, necromancers, and blood mages, the bringers of doom, the traitors to humankind. Were you able to speak with these necromancers? You can see why we were not eager to go there if we could avoid it. Maybe they'll be more welcoming to a Roadwarden. The roads are dangerous, with little to no shelters. People need your help. The man in the shirt turns a bit and points a finger to the northwest. If you're heading to the undead village, you'll get to an inn first, and soon. Pelt of the North is a safe place. You can talk with the innkeep or the guards, ask them about the road. The east. She stares off across the camp. Hard to tell, we went there only once. There are hills, forests, rivers. We saw a tunnel sculpted in leaves and branches, but we didn't enter it. Wilderness all around. Any monster worth mentioning, anything that could catch my mount. We saw all sorts of beasts. Goblins, treants, cats large and small, runners, howlers, wolves, spiked boars, mofron eaters, griffins, but we managed to stay away. Some could catch up with most mounts, though a palfrey should be fine. The trees are so tall that the flying creatures keep to the coast and mountains. There's not that many humans around, and the animals are more busy fighting among themselves. They fight more for food than territory. Don't provoke them and ride fast. Just count on luck. That's all I need to know. I'm afraid we can't do more for you. I've lost my rope. Could you spare one? You're in luck. She heads to one of the crates and moves aside a large linen sack, revealing a rope. She brings it back and nonchalantly sits down in her chair. Take it. I was planning to leave it behind. I take a closer look. A fine rope. A regular rope made of hemp fibers. I take it and offer some food in return. Tulia nods. For now, you leave the rope on the table. It's getting late. We should prepare for the night. I agree, Tulia says relief. You may do better than Asterion did. Stay vigilant, she winks at you, shattering the mask of a soldier. Thank you for your help. You go to the barrel and splash water on your face, which makes you even more aware of how much you need a bath. After the night, it will only get worse. Your horse is already napping, still 2 inches to lay down. Stay tidy to have better chance to influence others. You won't get much cleaner without a proper bath, huh? I prepare for my watch. The soldier in the shirt is eager to guide you. Just observe the area. There's plenty of griffins around, though they won't try to jump over the palisade. Probably. Better watch out for the apes. They climb up and carry out any food they can find. And there's this one really loud were elk that keeps smelling the wall, though it has never tried to get in. He points at a gate. The lieutenant and I will block the entrances. They're quite heavy, so if anyone comes here looking for shelter, better call us to help you out. And if this someone is being chased by wolves or anything, better throw them the rope instead. He scratches his head. If it gets cold, feel free to make a fire. And the best place is on the watchtower. You may want to put a blanket there or something. The watchtower. He gives you a long, puzzled look. Oh, here. He points at the pile of crates. Just climb up to the tallest one. You'll have a great view at the northern side, the more dangerous side. And also, I know you're tired after all that riding. He points at the tent on the other side of the camp. I can handle a couple hours sleeping on the ground. If you wish, go there after me and rest, just this once. At least I have it pallet inside. Thanks a lot. You put your blanket on the tallest crate and sit down. The night is warm, but the sporadic summer breeze brings a gentle refreshment. From time to time your back aches and you have to force yourself to keep your eyes open. The light of the moon helps you focus on the tall grasses. For most of the time you spot smaller critters and birds, but there are exceptions. At one point you see 3 horned deer trying to challenge one another. Before they clash their antlers, a 2-legged dragon wing appears, leading its much smaller offspring. The furry beasts try to intimidate the predators with roars and aggressive head movements. After a few moments, both sides walk away slowly, not willing to risk the fight nor admit their defeat. I don't let it distract me. I keep looking around. You hear the death screams of distant prey and the mating calls of monkeys. Runners are chasing a gray hare. A group of musk oxen lazily chew the grass, preparing themselves to sleep. A dusk fox is running together with a lynx, making playful screeches. Thankfully, you never have to intervene. You just sit there, watching the not-so-distant forest, trying to outlast your sleepiness. You can only guess how much time has passed. Once you feel you've had enough, you climb down and go to a tent, waking up the bearded man with just a couple of words. You confirm that nothing important has happened. I gather my things and squeeze into the tent. I use my bag as a pillow, put my blanket on the pallet, and cover myself with my cloak. Sleeping in the tent is not the stuff of dreams, but a much welcomed rest. The pallet keeps the cold soil away. The moonlight saves the outside world from the eerie gloom. You listen to your own breath and find a comfortable position. Your job starts tomorrow. I focus on the real goal of my journey. New journal entry explore the peninsula. Okay. The Merchant Guild wants to take control of this realm, where wardening duties are secondary. First and foremost, you need to explore the peninsula, learn about the territory, resources, and threats, get to know the locals, and if you can, convince them to consider negotiations with Hobladen officials and traders. Could the tribes resist the soldiers, or be a threat to the priest of the United Church? Are there any forbidden practices that need to be eradicated, such as blood magic, necromancy, robbery, or slavery? At least I have time. I need to be as thorough as I can. Once you finish your reconnaissance, you should speak with Tulia and return to Hovladen. There you'll report back to your employers and get your reward. In the meantime, you have your own goal to pursue. Okay. I just want to help people, make this region safer for the locals and the newcomers alike. New shelter unlocked, new entry, help others. You can't travel during the night, press the sleep button to rest. Okay, so that's my actual quest, is to help others now. Okay. What was that? I heard a roar. What was that? Increased nourishment by 2, huh? Okay, so if it ever gets to 1, I should probably do that. If we ever find ourselves in such a position. Can we repair the gambeson, or is that just, okay, most of these we can't use, it looks like. Your half-asleep senses are catching the sounds of the wild forest. All the roars, whimpers, howls, and singing. Your instincts let you alert and anxious, though the pleasant, humid late summer air evens it out slowly. You're thinking about your goal, but you need to gather your strength. You can spend the night in a borrowed tent. It's nothing special, but it will protect you from the wind and rain, and the ground won't be painfully hard nor cold. Okay, so we'll get a health. We'll lose 1 food and 1. Okay. You're woken up by sunlight, well rested and ready. Without haste, you gather your things. After only a couple of breaths, you notice a weird smell, like a roast. No, burning meat. Burning, rotten meat. Disgust crawls into your consciousness. You exit the tent. Your horse is looking around nervously. Your bags are where you had left them. You see an open gate. I go outside to see what's happening. Both soldiers are standing near a humble pyre. The man in the shirt looks at it contemplatively. Tulia is the first one to address you. Jade, she greets you with a nod. We used the horse's manure for the flames, so don't worry about cleaning it up. You see a corpse among the flames. It's impossible to tell if it belongs to a male or a female, but it was an adult. The burning process won't be over for a couple more hours. A traveler or an undead? The latter, a young one. She lacked the pneuma to understand that she couldn't get inside the camp without climbing. I stabbed her with a spear from a safe distance. She shifts her weight. One more fog and she would be a real threat. Even now it took a couple of hits to knock her down. Sooner or later, every human shell wakes up, gaining more strength with each soul it devours and each moment it spends in the fogs. Burning the dead is not just a religious practice, it's a necessity. Soldiers, priests, village mayors, even road wardens. Making a large pyre takes a lot of time, but it saves lives. Tulia calls this undead a she. Most unites hesitate to do so. Time for me to leave. Running away from the beak. I don't blame you. She walks with you for a few steps. Find us here if you need us, or if you learn what happened to Astarion. There's enough ground here for you to rest. Safe travels. Those words make you stop. An old farewell, mocked in a number of songs and tales. But yet you hear no scorn in Tulia's voice. You wonder how many acts of kindness like this one you're going to experience in the days to follow. She returns to the pyre. I prepare myself for the journey. Use the travel button to see the map and move to another area. You somehow miss the fact that your mount is already saddled and warmed up. You double check the equipment, but you don't need to fix anything. The soldiers were diligent. Normally, preparing any palfrey for a long journey takes a lot of time. You put on your gambeson and make sure that your axe is tightly attached to your belt, then get in the saddle. The palfrey niggers ready to leave. It's time for you to get on the crossroads north from here. I feel like we should eat some of our food rations though, because we only have one nourishment. But saying we can't, so travel forward to continue your journey. Once you're done with the north, speak with Tulia to return to Hoglap. Nighttime shelter right here. Okay. Even at a later hour, you wouldn't expect to meet any travelers in the valley. The warm summer breeze lures your mount forward, but the shrieking chirping of birds is quickly replaced by the distracting screeches and gurgles coming from further down the path. You soon find the pack of four-legged griffins. They're larger than foxes and merge the features of birds and furred beasts. Each one is of a different size, coat, and colors, and their temperaments are just as varied. Their fronts are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker fur. Their wings are massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. About 2 dozen beasts are yelling, brawling, and chasing each other around, blocking your path. I consider my options. You can't enter the forest blindly. If these or other creatures were to chase after you, the thicket would be disastrous for your horse. There are reasons why travelers stay as close to the main roads as possible, and why adventurers move in groups. Usually, the safest approach would be to stay where you are and just wait for the pack to get hungry. It may, however, take up to a couple of hours. You're thinking about your conversation with Tulia. You've got a lot to do, and time may be of the essence. On occasion, you can use the scholar's education to unlock unique dialogues. I mix black powder with gladon that grows nearby and the dried skunk sorrel from my bag. Once I ignite it, I throw it at the griffins. They'll scatter. The dice icon marks the actions that involve a random chance. So would that use up the black powder and would that use up the black powder? Is that worth using up the black powder for? Most city folk feel aversion to black powder, and you touch it with great care. The odor of the plants makes you feel dizzy, But what's more important is that the griffins have wolf-like sensitivity to smells and noises. A few of the bees turn their head to you as you approach the pack with a bag in your hand. You ignite your missile and throw it forward. At first, the creatures surround the source of smoke, but then growl in disgust, even putting their beaks to the ground. They flee, allowing you to continue your journey. You're literate. Your education helps you solve many mysteries. With an access to alchemy table and proper ingredients, you can produce bombs and potions. Okay. Okay. Hmm. 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 I climb on the horse and cover my nose. I really need to find a proper alchemy set. Oh, that was an achievement as your journey unfolds. The road splits. According to what the soldiers have told you, you may find a safe end by turning left. The forest to the right is lush and the trail overgrown. Kids used to have this song. How did it go? The harshest pathway leads to the dragon's lair. Those who search for treasure. Do you truly dare? The signpost in front of you doesn't make your situation much clearer. It was put here by someone who can't write, for folks who can't read. Covered in old red paint, it points east. Blood there, as people say. Danger to be found. There's not a soul to ask for guidance. I look at my horse. What's its name? Horse is peaceful as you stroke its mane. Maybe it can help you choose a path, though you spent many years together. Happy to go on, it takes a couple of steps forward. You spot a few berry shrubs and wild cabbages, but they still need at least 2 weeks to gain maturity. Time to make a turn. Oh, travel. Okay. East or west? Let's go west. Horse trots with ease, unbothered by the few branches covering the beaten road. The bird songs and distant howls draw your attention to the forest, which gets sparser and brighter. You spot boars, roe deer, and saurians. The sight of a nearby wolf pack worries you, but once you push your hips forward and your palfrey enters a canter, the beasts don't even begin a pursuit. The speed alone will protect you from many dangers. You not eyes a stone tower taller than the trees. It must be the inn I've heard about. Inns like this one fit the regions traveled by merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. The stone and lumber must have been transported from far away, and the workers, guarded by expensive mercenaries, surely lived for many seasons in a primitive hamlet, subsisting on salted supplies. There are seemingly no cracks in the wall, and the building was whitewashed only a few years back. The road is wide and beaten. Dozens of souls could hide if not in the buildings, then at least in the yard. The expenses and labor put into this fortress were worth many trading ships. 3 armed people are on the ramparts, though you only see what's above their waistline. They're leaning on the parapet right next to the gate, and you think you notice a glimpse of a smile. They wear gambesons, each one of them dyed differently, yellow, green, and linen gray. I approach the gate. A woman in yellow armor leans forward. She has long, curly, disorderly red hair pointing in every possible direction. This combination of colors doesn't work at all. In the woods, one would have to shout to draw this much attention. There's still a fair distance between the two of you, but she speaks loudly. I ain't seen a horse for years now. I just said that it's weird to see such a large jackass. Her voice is young and strong, with an accent that reminds you of the villages spread around Hovleben. But no jackass would wear a saddle, I would say. She exchanges a few words with a male guard wearing green, giving you time to move closer. Well, this one here says there really are donkey saddles. Say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse? You wouldn't believe it. The lessons were a pain. You get off your horse and imitate the silly walk from the day that followed your first long journey, when your whole shell was crying. You illustrate the pain as you move your hand from your back to hips, then thighs, and return the guards tell you about that time when they had to carry their friend with bitten off leg for 3 days straight through the heart of the woods. Meanwhile, the other guards open the gate. You may be in a good mood. The woman in the yellow jacket smiles at you, but don't get so noisy when you talk to our boss. The man never smiles. He has the world's suffering sculpted on his face. She leads you under the roof, under which your palfrey can rest, tethered with a cord to a wooden post near some old hay. Once you're ready, go inside, speak with our boss. Maybe you're hungry. The other guards take care of various chores. They peek at your mount every now and then as they're splitting firewood, cleaning their clothes, weeding the garden patches, and moving chairs. 2 of them are making a rope. You head to the inn, hearing the piercing scream of a boar from the other side of the yard. I open the door. If you are at an inn in the morning, you could spend the entire day on resting. The locked windows make the air stuffy, and the weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. A muscular man is sweeping the floor near the stairs, but after he glances at you, he leans the broom against the wall and heads behind the counter. You're lucky to show up. His voice is deep and soft, with a city-like accent. He observes you with keen attention, yet avoids your eyes. I've a keg of decent ale, wormwood, bog myrtle, juniper berries, cat's foot. He fills a mug carefully and puts it on the countertop. It's going to spoil soon, today maybe, and we don't drink here before the even. I hate to see the good stuff going to waste. His skin is dark, almost purple, rare even among the southern tribes, and his hair is naturally bluish. His clothes are quite fancy for manual labor. The elegant tunic wouldn't stand out in the city square. I stand at the counter. The planks let out a creak after every step you make, so you slow down a bit. You could swear that the innkeeper made little to no noise. Here you go. He pushes the mug forward. But just so you know, my pelt of the north doesn't belong to Hovleben. You can sleep on the floor if you wish so, but if you want a bed or a meal, you have to pay. We may have some leftovers from the dinner, but I would need to check. Pelt of the north, huh? I mean, I can guess what that means, but kind of interesting that it didn't seem to pop up. Thanks for the drink. I see you know how to make friends with a Roadwarden. He meets your eyes with a puzzled look, then grabs a wet cloth and starts to wipe down the shelves. From time to time, your conversation is interrupted by splashes of dirty water in a wooden bucket. Well, nothing is truly free. I have worked for a soul of the road, but I don't need a new mouth to babble. He speaks slowly yet audibly. I value my time. You should value
Stream
yours.
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I drink the ale. The dark room and wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a chestnut. The Lee in spring hits your nose, and the first sip is even too complex, too flowery. While the brewer has used fancy ingredients, the exotic licorice ruins the aftertaste. Now you know why there's so much left. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. The innkeeper nods. I was hoping to see someone willing to patrol the roads. Maybe you'll help me with a worrying thought I have, which is there are brigands in the woods. Our place is a stronghold, so I'm not afraid of an open strike, but they've gotten more active in the last 2 years. One day they may steal our furs, and I've no doubt they're the reason why merchants come here only once. Having bandits around gets expensive. He rubs his hands together, camouflaging his paws. I want you to reach Howard's Dell, northwest from here. It's the largest settlement around. I'm sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask Thais, the mayor, about Glossia, that bloodthirsty wolf of a woman. I've heard rumors about a raid in the north. If Glossia is ready to break the truce with the locals, I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her band. He looks at a nearby dragon bone. Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have a chance. A couple of days won't make much of a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the news. Fine? I nod. Great. What else do you need? Glossia's band, I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. Are you now? He goes to the table and invites you to sit down with him. I don't think I'm going to be of much help. He rests his elbow on the tabletop and grunts quietly to clear his throat. But I do want you to find him, so. When asked about his intentions, he measures his words. Asterion and I made a risky deal. Well, a very promising one. Last time he was here, he took 50 coins. My half of the investment. He knocks on the table with a fist anxiously. If you get my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed after bringing me the news. Could it be that Asterion stole the coins and ran away? He looks at a window and starts to play with a shutter. I just think Asterion isn't the kind of soul that would do such a thing. For him it wasn't much of a fortune, and I was saying he had earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a Roadwarden to make connections. He always had places to go, things to take care of. He rubs the table with his thumb, as if trying to clean an invisible stain. I've asked travelers, I've sent a couple of my pals to find him. No real news. I know he stayed in White Marshes for a day and was meant to do something for the people there. It's a village in the northwest. Just stay on the main road until you reach the bogs, then enter them. You may get there before dusk. So let me know once you find anything, and we may yet return to this whole investment thing. I'll think about it. What can you tell me about the peninsula? What could anyone say? This place doesn't even have a name, unless there's an old book in an archive that no soul knows about. You know what I would call everything from here to the coast? The hunting ground. He glances at your eyes. But it's not us who hunt. Keep that in heart, but the beast in all shapes and forms. His words gain confidence slowly, which is strengthened by his deep voice. I've lived in this inn for over 10 years now, and I've only seen a couple of roads, a couple of places. It's just, once you get here and you see how harsh it is to hit the road, you have only more reasons to stay at the warm stove behind a wall, even if it's suffocating. He looks to the windows. I'm sure you've heard a lot already that the people don't build hamlets anymore. There are no more ibexes from the south, and the traders stay for only a few days. All of our iron is used for cauldrons, not swords or tools. What will I find traveling west? Well, there are hills nearby, then you'll find a village, maybe an hour away from here. It was destroyed by beasts almost a decade ago. Nothing to see there. The goblins live there now, so most people just travel around it, and they say it's haunted, but who knows? Who cares? He crosses his arms and starts to sway back and forth, gathering his thoughts. You'll get to a large tree on the edge of the swamp. For the locals, it's sacred. You're not used to hearing someone mentioning pagans as if there's nothing unusual about them. There's a small path south which leads to an old mine in the mountains. Nothing to find there, but keep riding north and you'll find Howler's Dell, set at a clean brook. Farmers live there, and mouflons, and druids. They'll let you stay for a night, but they're not cheap. If anyone thinks my prices are bad, it means they ain't been to the Ape Ale Inn yet. He lets out a gentle smile. I smile politely. I know only a bit about the next settlement, Old Pagos. The soil there ain't too fertile, so they work in their quarry and help other settlements build things in exchange for crops. The forest and hills ain't too harsh, but the seekers have a small monastery nearby, and the mountains. I don't care much about them. They keep to themselves and they don't pay well. The third village is unknown to me. White marshes set at the bogs. I've heard it smells like a griffin's lair. I've heard a lot of nasty rumors about the place, but I won't share them. I don't want to be a lie spreader. So, 3 villages, really. Howlers, the one near the monastery, whatever it's called, and marshes. Don't let their beds and palisades fool you, though. Weird people live there, and don't tell them more than you need to. You wonder if it's something he would tell other travelers as well. Are the eastern roads as rough as I've heard? Pretty much. Don't leave the main road, I would say. Not so far from here you'll find an old domain. A few of my people had to spend a night there, and monkeys stole food and gods from their bags. It was their fault. One of them had fallen asleep in the middle of his watch, but you know. The eastern forests are wild, the roads are rough, almost no soul lives there. One day all these roads will be swallowed by the trees again. The furthest my team has ever gone was the home of the Enchantress. Just stay on track until you reach the crossroads, right near an abandoned watchtower. From there, turn east. You'll recognize the place. It's a nice home in a lonely meadow, surrounded by a wall. He looks to the closed window, then at you again. Kind of like our walls, but simpler, without coating. She lives as a hermit, Eudocia. I don't even know how she survives there, but if you don't have decent coin, you won't find much there. So, back to the crossroads. If you turn left instead, you'll see a road. People stay away from it. It connects the tower and the monastery, a shortcut between the two sides of the peninsula. I was warned by the locals not to use it. It already belongs to the beasts. Have you ever been to the northern coast? I only know about another inn. It's far from here, maybe a day on foot, a bit less from the eastern side. His eyes once again focus on the floor. I've never been there, but I've heard it's a safe place, close to villages of fishers and hunters, though I don't know much about them. About Glaucia's band. He freezes, observing your hands silently. He wants me to get the answer from the mayor of Howard's Dwell. I'm on it. I didn't expect to find an inn of this size in a place such as this. So you know a thing or two after all. His mocking tone was soon replaced by a gentle smile. It was built long before we arrived. It didn't work out well for the previous owners. Once the war ended, they left. Not enough travelers, bad trade, the villages stick to themselves. We, however, came prepared, and now we're prospering. When you ask him how they can afford all the supplies, he runs his fingers through his dark hair. I'm not against running an inn, but we don't rely on guests. We're the ones doing all the trading. My hunters are a clever bunch and stay safe in the forest. In exchange for furs, claws, and bones, we get what we need, and more, both from the south and the north. He relaxes in his chair. We have a good life here. We spent a whole lot on armor, crossbows, lumber, spears. But in another 10, maybe 20 years, we'll have enough savings to move to Hobgoblin and not work for another day of our lives. He takes risks, but smartly. The team is stronger than ever, and I have big plans for us. Is there a good story behind the inn's name? I mean, there's a story, but not a good one. He clears his throat. For years, I wanted to have an inn called Pelt, but in my city it would be in bad taste. Taverns and inns named with a single word were cheap, had a nasty reputation. There was the Claw, and Mugger, Basilisk, and Blissful, I think. The good places used at least 2 words: empty barrel, a rose, and a helmet. Empress's smile. Pighead was the exception. It was a real dive, he chuckles. In my soul, it's still just a pelt. Pelts are what we came here for, and what will make us reach our goals. It's surprising to find a purple-skinned man so far in the north. I ain't seen a soul looking like this since my ma died, he shrugs. It's not a fascinating tale. Let's just say I wasn't a part of the invasion. Yet I'm glad it freed all those who were chained by the cities and their corsairs. He looks at the wall. I am Leson, by the way, but I rarely hear the name. Leson? Yeson. I return to my other questions. Any rumors worth sharing? He crosses his arms. I don't like to talk about people who ain't nearby. Show me first that you're someone worth changing habit for. I could eat something. Do you have any leftovers? Yes, I feed them to our poor. I won't give them away for nothing. He tells you to wait, then leaves the building for a few minutes and returns with a wooden bucket and a long stick ending with a hook. Go through the gate and turn left. You'll see a bunch of bushes. We need some berries. Bring me a bucketful. You'll be done in half an hour or so. Your horse could use a nap anyway, and I'll prepare something to fill you. The hook is not made of metal or wood. It's a long, curved claw, almost black. Half an hour, that's quite a lot for berry picking. The tools are cold and not too heavy. You not eyes a pair of thick gloves at the bottom of the bucket. The berries are not a problem, unlike the snakes. Better scare them away with a stick or move them with a hook, and protect your hands. The little ones won't eat you, but don't get bitten. I'm sure you know how to be patient. Fine, I'll go right away. You step outside. Horse is enjoying some old hay. At this hour, the armorer's workshop is closed. I should go outside and forage for berries. I gather the berries and go back to the inn. The innkeeper knew what he was talking about. You put on the gloves and look through the bushes from a safe distance. It doesn't take long before you not eyes the first serpent lying on a rock somewhere in the thicket. The creatures are not that large, and even if some of them hiss at you or slither closer, the jab of the hook keeps them at a distance. You don't know much about these berries. They are round and reddish. You wouldn't trust such a color even if you were looking for food in the wilderness. The Plants don't have thorns, but the leaves are harsh, so you make sure to thoroughly cover your skin with your clothes. You have to look through many bushes to fill the bucket, but the presence of insects and snakes doesn't allow you to relax. I'm not nice a shrub that's not like the others. One of the bushes in the back has more berries than the others. They're purple, and as you squeeze one of them, you recognize that these are marsh balls. In small amounts, they are added to pies, sauces, and beverages, known for their delicate sourness and sweetness, unique but not intrusive. Still, eating a cup of them will make one sick, if not poisoned. You're surprised to see them in a meadow, far away from a wetland. You could use them at an alchemy table, if you can find it. For now, you put a fistful into one of your jars. The others are still a bit greenish. I gather the berries and return to the gate. You've returned to the courtyard. Two of the guards are participating in a friendly skirmish. Their rustling is accompanied by a crowd. I put his fruits on the counter. Great, he peeks inside the bucket. I've got cabbage stew with a few goose chunks for you. I would serve it even to merchants if there were any around. The meal is warm and filling. It's well seasoned and not overcooked. And like I've said, I rarely have food to spare, but feel free to ask if you ever stop by. You may be lucky, and I've been cooking my whole life. Thanks. And how did the old hook of mine work out for you? I see you still have your hands. I give him the hook. I'm fine. He takes the tools from you and nods. Need anything else? What do you have for sale? I can go and pick up a few things for you. Some food for your travels to start with. Apples, nuts, sausage, and not too many at once. We need to maintain our supplies. I've got an elk fur I don't need. Its buyer was caught by a pack of red wolves. Nice for a sleeping spot, just as nice for a wall. An almost untouched bowl of soap, priceless for a traveler. You can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Made of fine oak ash, strong, though you should have some better supplies before you start your own bathhouse. After you mention you'd like something more useful on these roads, he looks down. I don't have any blades or armor to spare, but if you pay well, you can take one of our crossbows and a bunch of quarrels. A yew-bow, wool cords, and the trigger just needs a little bit of oil. It's as good as you can get without soaking it in magic. Takes a bit of muscle to draw, but even a 16-year-old could handle it. I won't sell it cheap, but I'm ready to give a discount to a helpful ally. Let me take a look at what we have first. Okay. So we could buy some food rations. Crossbow with the 5 quarrels is 30. And we could buy 5 more quarrels for 2. You can buy more tomorrow. Oh, so it's 1 for 3. Okay, that sounds good. Do I have anything you would like to buy? You pull out some items, but the innkeeper shakes his head. I don't need those, nor could I sell them to anyone. I would rather make coins than waste them, so bring me something value. Okay. That's all I need. You walk past the well and find a small open shed, not unlike the stable, but with a humble set of tables, carving tools, hammers, sharpening stones, pincers, knives, and other tools. As long as something can be solved by brute force, this place will find a way to do so. There are 2 people sitting on a long bench. The first one is a male with maybe inch-long hair, a cleanly shaven face, a thin, long, yellow tunic, bare legs, and sandals. He ignores your presence, sewing a gambeson with great concentration. The second person is a boy, maybe 15, who's wearing the crude outfit of a farmer. He glances at you, but soon returns to sharpening a long dagger. I wait for him to not ice me. After a few minutes, the man finishes his task and raises his head. He puts away the piece of garment on a table, stands up, bows to you, and shrugs, waiting for you to speak. I look at the youngster, learning the trade, I see. Kind of, he answers reluctantly, but his teacher pats his knee, giving him a harsh look. The kid clears his throat. Yes, but we both ain't masters, you see. There's not a soul to teach us, so once I'm ready, I'll try hunting instead. Fixing things for others is boring. The man grunts a sound, though you don't understand it. Seeing your face, the boy chuckles. He said safe. Let's meet in the middle. Boring, but safe. The man nods. Could you patch my clothes if they were torn? He shakes his head, points at the uneven seams on his own tunic, then grabs a crude bone needle and shows you its broken head. He wouldn't even if he had the tools, says the boy, but you can try in Howlersdale or Gale Rocks. He nods, points at the laces on the front of your jacket, raises his clenched fingers to his shoulders, gently spreads and lowers them as if he's taking off a robe. You follow his command and allow him to properly inspect your gambeson. After a few minutes, he gives it back, then reaches for his pouch. He pulls out one dragon bone, shrugs, then another one, and waves both through the air, pursing his lips. He makes a few speech-like noises with his empty mouth, groaning what sounds like I don't know. In 1 hour, your jag will be carefully patched up. That's probably a very good idea. Your jacket is as good as his armor can make it. Okay, so he can't fully, but that's fine. It'll stop a life-threatening strike. That's the best protection you can get. Okay. I feel like this gambeson could use some adjustments. He nods enthusiastically, then apologetically. He ain't that experienced. Yeah, that's fine. It's better than it was, so that's fine. The woman in yellow armor is kneeling next to a brown, hairy boar which is resting on its side. The beast is not as large as the dark ones from the forest. It responds to the touch of the human's hand and brush with grateful grunting and rapid twitches of a hind hoof. No matter how friendly it appears, it's still tethered to the well, and you have no doubts that its charge would leave a horse dead in a breath. When the woman notices you, she steps forward to the boar's disappointment. So, the new Roadwarden, she points at a window with her chin, forestalling the question. We don't need anything now, but when we travel with our furs, we can use some assistance. She may be around 30, but her warm voice and bright smile are camouflaging the touch of time on her unpowdered face. Like many red-haired people with freckles, her skin is unhealthily pale. The boar runs up to her, observing your boots and fruitlessly sniffing for food beneath the beaten ground. She pats its back but maintains her focus. How about a game or two? We have a bit of time and can talk about a bit about this and that. Maybe you'll get a couple of coins or lose one. She winks. We could play dice or throw axe at a target. Axe throwing, show me what you've got. Your arrival, and especially the dragon bone you pull out, are cheerfully welcomed. The guards prepare a couple of wooden planks which are leaned against the wall. There are also spectators, and you're told that the other hunters are either sleeping or have duty on the tower. Remember, no magic, says one of the players. His face is deadly serious. There's going to be 4 participants and 8 rounds. You aim at the target drawn with charcoal. The person whose axe lands the closest to the center of the circle gets a point. Axes that fail to stay in the plank don't count. The person who has the most points at the end of the last turn becomes the winner. I blend in with the crowd. You talk a lot but also don't say much. You share casual jokes, memories, and views on luck and optimal strategies. Horse and Tullius camp are also brought up, but when you ask about the roads or the locals, their stories are vague. The drinks are here. It's a poor beer made from the leftovers after the regular brewing. It's cold, sweet, and doesn't reach your head, but you try to avoid the smell. Just don't spill anything. The boar may get sick, says the opponent with one arm. As a guest, you start with the first throw. Your axe flies well, hitting the very middle of the painted target and piercing the plank with a pleasant thud, which makes it really difficult for the other players to outperform you. A minute later, you've won the first round, but you can't expect to be that lucky every time. All I can do is try my best. After a long series of misses, you finish with 1 point, the second last place. You give the gasping winner your dragon bone. Cheers, he says, but doesn't make a big deal out of it. The light-hearted comments of the other losers lighten up the mood, and the guard in yellow armor approaches you with a smile. I was foraging for berries for the innkeeper. So I've heard. Don't worry about it. Usually we forage by ourselves, but he wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jobs to people all the time just to see who agrees to do them, wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. Have you ever been at the heart of the woods? We sometimes hunt south from here. There are good hunting grounds in the western half. The second one is too overgrown. Maybe the soil is different. She shrugs, then moves the hair away from her forehead. But it's a risky spot. There are tree ants there, and wolves, even the furless ones. And if you have to go through the tall grasses, watch out for what's on the ground. There ain't many archers in the trees, she smiles as if it's a joke, but there are all too many worms, even larger than a water leech. Tell me about yourself. Oh, what was that? After a brief giggle, her voice gets cold and serious. Nah, Roadwarden. We use names and stories among friends. You ain't one. Don't make me tempt curses. I have some questions about this place. Not much to tell, honestly. There are many beasts around, both wild game and dangerous monsters. We spend our time surrounded by these walls, leaving only to hunt, forage, or trade. That's an unusual tower. I would expect it to be closer to the gate and shorter. Like in Hovlavin. Fair, but it ain't here to protect the gate. The stronghold was built long before we moved in, and not to fight off humans. The tower was meant to be used by those who observe the deep forest. We look out for fires, dragons, and any winged creatures that are looking to roost on the roof. Baldy, she nods to a man who, indeed, is completely bald, has a great eye, and sees well even in darkness. Any interesting creatures living nearby? Here? Everything lives here. She flips her hair. I swear, we saw a few dragons, a unicorn family, a battle between trolls and goblins, faced 2 beastmen, oh, and a gargoyle, and a hunting queen shouts all the time. I could tell you all about them, but I won't. She winks and pats the boar on its head. You know, hunters have their secrets. Your group seems to be quite attached to this boar. How could you not be? She crouches and raises the boar's head, but steps away and squeals as if someone's murdering it. It came with us from the city, just in case. We had no clue how our first winter would go, so we needed some backup meat. And it works too. Cleans the dirt. She reaches out to the beast again, but it trots away. The woman straightens up with a pleased sigh. We haven't needed to eat it so far, but it's also funny. I learned in my home village that the farm boars are getting a bit smaller and more cuddly, kind of like ibexes, so it's not such a wild, dangerous beast. But we don't let it get close to other animals or children. What do you usually hunt for? Anything we can eat or sell. If there's a partridge, a squirrel, or a rat, we don't complain, but when we move as a group, we look for something larger. Deers and aurochs are delicious, but we don't always look for taste alone. There's value in bones, antlers, claws, and tusks. Things people use to make tools or sculptures. We use some of them to make tools and spears. You can never have enough spears. She pauses and looks at a strand of her hair, then suddenly speaks up again. And we look for furs, of course. What can I find north from here? I'm sorry, we don't really go to those regions. We stay close to home, only sometimes move south or west to Howler's Gut Dell, but only to trade. They're fine with buying more than they need since they can then take wares to the coast. She takes a long breath, twirling her hair and gathering her thoughts. You know what? I've never even seen a beach, and I've been living here for how many? More than 10 years now, she giggles. The only part of the sea I've seen was from Old Pagos, which is placed on a hill. I've never put a toe in salt water. She looks to another huntress who confirms that her experience is the same. Old Pagos is a good place. As long as you don't mock their order and act nice, they'll also be kind. Boss says they're too serious for him to stand them, but at least they don't bite without a reason. Have you heard anything about the necromancers? It's something new. Her voice lowers to a whisper. I've never been to White Marshes, but over the years we've seen people moving away from there, south. They told us that the place has changed too much. A priest died, I think, and the new one awakens the dead. Sorry, Roadwarden, that's all I know. If she's hiding something, she sounds convincing. Thanks. I'm looking for knowledge about wild creatures. Well, I told you our knowledge is valuable. I don't know. She looks at the boar, which seems to be obsessed with a clump of grass growing next to the wall. 15 dragons, no less. The recently renovated wooden roof covers the well from rain and birds. One of the guards is enjoying the cold drink he drew with a bucket and tells you to use only as much water as is necessary. So if we had the bathing thing, then we could clean our face, I guess. That's what the soap's for, probably. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention not only to the shadows of the trees, but also to the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and find ambush spots. I keep an eye out for any sign of life. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps. Dozens of birds live among the collapsed roofs. Their fluttering, singing, and squawking is free of worries. If you want to travel any further, you need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take some time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of a gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a saggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Behind the burnt building in the east, you see an oddly barren field. Hmm. I approach the building near the field. The broken logs and planks are charred, while the wooden walls are rotten and covered in moss. You see no ashes or dust, proving that the fire happened long ago. The smell is awful, and there are no reasons to stay for long. You see no furniture, just some broken shelves. It was just a storage room. The valuable odds and ends were already taken by the scavengers. The palisade is in good shape, and the entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. The amount of used force must have been huge, but you would expect that it would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see any marks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such planks, but after so many years you see no paw prints. A mage? You can't really tell. The buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling, or a large wolf, larger than the gray ones, or a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess, yet no beast remains in sight. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use, a basket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. It's quite large, but I can fit it on my saddle. A fish trap, huh? Palisade in the west. The tracks of human footwear and many, many more 8 footprints cover the path formed around the palisade's breach. As far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the village. The wooden stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though you would expect them to also hunt for the birds and eggs. The meadow in the west turns into a forest quickly. The grasses in the north surround dozens of tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. I shouldn't enter the forest, especially not in this area. It's unpredictable. The meadow is lush and colorful, and so dense it's unsafe for a rider. For a couple of minutes you lead a horse with a rope, avoiding the potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have a comparable size. They were most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of the herds. Such a process should be spread out across a couple of seasons, and you can't be sure that was the case. In the west and north the clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east you see a road leading north. The colorful grass covers the entire fenced pasture. The large stone placed in the middle suggests it could be a playground for ibexes, or maybe it's just an old garden. You see a couple of small sheds, a latrine, and a single building to the south, completely burnt down. All these places were cleaned out by scavengers. Horse doesn't want to approach the large ruins in the north. The terrible stench of feces and rotting food scares you off as well. The paths are covered with goblin footprints. It's daytime, so the pack should be asleep. If the beasts were active, they would try to scare you off or try to hunt down your mount. This is their territory, and once they wake up, you'll face a furious enemy. In every village, the main square is the fanciest area, meant to charm the travelers. Yet this is way more than you expected. The houses are as big as in Hovnaven, and the paved ground took a lot of work and materials. The walls, now charred and riddled with holes, are made of an expensive coated wattle. The tiles for the roofs also had to be brought here from a different settlement. You peek inside the 3 smaller buildings, the rotting remains of their former splendor. The birds living in dozens of nests respond to your arrival with quite a commotion. You don't find even a single dragon bone, nor a tool or a piece of furniture left unbroken or unrotten, nor surrounded by bad smells, dirt, animal droppings, and garbage. The well also stinks. It has no bucket, but you would be afraid to use it anyway. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, or how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. Suddenly you hear some sounds coming from the largest building. You stop and touch your aching tummy. I should check it out. I prepare my axe. You step cautiously to the scent of urine and sweat. The flickering candlelight shows you broken furniture, yet no signs of burnt wood. You consider pulling the other door when a masculine voice proves that your presence is not unnoticed. I dinna want it to come to this, but stay where ye are. Whatever ye put inside, be it a shoe, a hand, or ye damn thinker, it'll get a bolt. I'm a road warden, so I kind of need my thinker. Will the boot be enough? Aren't ye a funny one? He growls. How do I know a troll like ye is telling the truth? Walk slowly, roadster, eh? If you're not an outlaw, you're safe. And even if ye are, don't try anything funny. Leave your arms out. My little ballista here is all pulled and ready. The man's voice is imposing, and his accent is tricky for you. He could be from the distant south, but as long as you don't speak too quickly, you understand one another. You don't hear any other movements, breathing, voices. You lean your axe against the door frame and make sure that your knife is well hidden. I walk inside. The dense smell of urine hits you with full force, while the tools and utensils are hard to distinguish from the rubbish. The route to the upper floor is blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rusting iron and steel on the ground, detached from now destroyed barrels. The scavenger is sitting on a blanket in front of the tent, pointing at you with a loaded crossbow. Not a short man, though a bit skinny. He's tanned, dark-haired, and has seen his share of struggles. There are long claw scars on his left cheek, and another one that would divide his eyebrow in half if it hadn't been consumed by a fire, just like the rest of his forehead. His clothes are untainted by vanity. He's barefoot in a dirty linen shirt with rolled up sleeves and simple pants that use a cord for a belt. His long beard and hair are untrimmed and untangled. I sit on the stairs with raised hands. I'm not a threat. You wipe the dust off the steps, but before you sit down, you hear the man's annoyed voice. Now don't get too homey. It's the only place here that's not just ashes and debris, and I'm not sharing it. Ye better ride ahead. I already piled up whatever hasn't rotten. The candle lights are dancing on his burnt face and arms. He moves his crossbow just enough to make sure he won't shoot you by accident. I saw your horse. Maybe you could help me. What are you looking for in this place? You don't sound like you're from the north. I'm looking for another road warden, a man known as Asterion. I, I've never met him, but surely heard this name many times. He vanished long before I got to the coast. At first people were asking about him. Now they think he's dead. Listen, he scratches his thighs nervously. I'm hungry, so damn hungry. I can't hunt or fish with all the 8 men around. Can ye share anything, roadster? I may be a drifter, but I wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. I'm sorry, I don't have anything. Just my luck, I tell ye. He clicks his tongue. Well, I'll try to shoot down a bird or two tomorrow. I'm saving my bolts for the 8 men, and because of those stinkers, I can't even roast anything, and raw meat makes me want to puke. A long sigh. Everything's shit, stranger. So if you have questions, ask. I'll say a lot to make you get me out of here. Do you have any idea what happened here? Well, I won't guess, but I saw many ruins. There's no treasure and skeletons here, so this place means as much as dirt. Someone was barking too loud, so the beast broke through and made them quiet again. He clicks his tongue. And that's that. Talking about nature's fury brings bad luck, don't you know? Have you searched the entire village? Are there no hidden treasures left? You came to the wrong place. Time, moisture, and the damn boars devoured all the loot. I've been here for a couple of days now, and all that's left is this iron I carried here. I was planning to get back here with some hired muscle and clear the collapsed buildings, but I doubt it's worth the time and risk. Are you sure there are no undead around? I've seen none. I've seen none. People say it's been less than 10 years since the herds came here, but I don't know if anyone bothered with raising the pyres. If not, the dead are all roaming in the forest now. He clicks his tongue with frustration. It may be that there's a walker somewhere under the debris, waiting to break through like a dragon in an egg. He looks straight at you. Aye, ye had better not dig. How do you keep the goblins away? I've got a trick or two to keep me safe. A little something that scares them away, even without magic. But tell ye what, his smile turns into a wide grin. Help me get out of here, and I'm going to share some of it with ye. Tell me about yourself. He gives you a sullen glance. What for? I've no legacy to keep alive in tales. I may tell ye this and that after you take me out of here. I've heard about some bandits. Have you seen any hideouts nearby? I think they are in the north or east. I stuck to the western road and no shell bothered me. Sorry, can't help ye. This village makes me sick. Me too, and the guts and the thinker. Gets easier with time if you're patient. Must be the air, the smell of death and 8-man piss. He pats his tummy while laughing. Where do you want to travel to now, and what will you give me for my help? Let me explain first. I was in Howler's Dell, the closest village to the east and north, and people there are nice, you know. not like an old pygos. They're all boring and grimmer than a crow, but they cry for coin, for everything, and damn good coin. I left, went to look around the ruins, see if there's anything left, then moved to Pelt and hired the hunters to help me here. No luck. A bunch of griffs jumped my back bird. I just bought it. He spits on the floor. Fast and nimble, but not brave enough to listen to me when all that screeching and scratching started. So it ran away with my bags. A few fell on the ground, and I pulled them here. But you see how it is. I won't travel around with a tent on my back. He taps a crossbow with his fingers. I need maybe a day more. Aye, just a day, and I'll have all the iron scraped from the barrels so I can move forward. But I can't take all my stuff alone, and without me around, the ape men are going to break in and steal all my shit. I need to stay here, but since you have a horse, come back tomorrow and help me return to Howler's Bell. How about it? I just need to know that the road is safe as it can be. I mean, what exactly do you want me to do? I need you to make sure there's no danger hiding on the road from here to Howler's. Or rather, I know there is some danger, but as long as you can get there and safely return, I'm sure we can handle some roaming monsters. He theatrically rubs his hands together. This ballista has hit more beast schools than I have fingers, and I've never lost a finger, Roadster. Only the toes. Maybe to prove it, he starts to count on his fingers. So, see if the road there is clear, then come here tomorrow. We'll pack my stuff on your horse and move out. But don't come when it's close to evening. We're going to need 3 hours on our feet, and I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to an 8-man tribe is safer. And don't make me wait for too long. I can wait for a couple of days if I find some food, but if you don't get back, I'll have to risk it no matter what. Why Howler's Dell? If you want to go south, we should travel to Pelt of the North. I mean, I see your point, but I've never been there. Can they afford my iron, or do they have means to pay for it? I need coins to find a handy bunch that will walk south with me, and I need a new staff and bolts. I know the village. It's a nice place, and even has a smithy of sorts. I had a chance to take a look, though. It's a large inn, a safe one. They seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. You can use iron to barter. Well, it's a shorter path, I guess. Fewer spots to get surrounded by corpsers. If you're sure it's the best option, fine. I'll trust a roadster's judgment. I don't work for free. I have ways to pay ye, don't ye worry. I can give ye dragons, but I have to sell the iron first, so I'll need a bit of time, ye see. 5 for a short escort would be plenty, I would say. But if you want, I'll give you a secret jar of mine, a very fine mixture that scares 8-men away. Works on peddlers, too. When you ask if all the stench of urine is somehow related to this potion, he just winks and chuckles. I would also like to learn more about the villages you visited. He seems surprised. I mean, sure, but I don't have connections there, you know. Just my eyes. He starts to hum. Ye know. A longer pause. When you get to Howler's, you'll meet the mayor there for sure. Thais. And whatever you do, don't ask her where she got her coins from. She's rich, stupid rich, but don't ask her how this happened. Trust me. He scratches his beard with a mournful look. Fine, it's a deal. I'm going to escort you. Thanks, Roadwarden. Roadster, just come tomorrow. I'll make it worth your time. Sure the road reading there's somewhere safe? Not sooner. Time for me to leave. The closer you are to the village, the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth, your forehead hurts, and you start to stumble. Horse, worried by the sight, pokes your head with his nose. I have to remain strong. I push through the illness. After another few steps, you return your last meal. You spend a minute or so leaning forward, gathering your breath, and wipe your mouth. You feel better. I inspect the pasture in the southeast. We don't find a single sign of livestock that lived here. In the past, any bones, horns, antlers, or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots that were ultimately broken away. After all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. There's a few clumps of grass and wheat, but a place like this one, abandoned for years, should already have turned itself into a green lay. A barren field. Maybe it was overused, but you'd still expect the weeds to sprout. A curse. The path leading west from here ends at the edge of the field, shifting into a meadow, then a forest. You find a small backyard. The ground is beaten, the grass grows only right next to the buildings. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. The stakes of the palisade are covered with playful carvings left by children who are portraying monsters, weapons, and humans. The rubble has been pushed into the corners of the houses. The furniture is broken, but you find something of use in one of the piles. A slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a coral for a crossbow. Still usable. It won't be difficult to find a use for it. Oh, I guess a coral, huh? A single coral, but a coral nonetheless. Known also as bolts, they are shorter, even much shorter, than bow arrows. Their heads are in the shape of a square, and making them requires advanced tools used to melt and shape iron or steel. They use hard wood and a small amount of fletching, but are overall a bit expensive, especially since they are produced by experienced artisans. Corals are most effective when it comes to piercing through thicker surfaces, including animals' guts, thick furs, and scales. While they don't leave spectacular wounds, they manage to get to the vital organs, injuring them beyond the capabilities of natural healing. Making a rope takes a lot of time and involves complex tools that combine thousands of fibers harvested from plants, mostly hemp, linen, or straws. Since it doesn't take much skill and can be handled even by children, it's rare to find an artisan who would specialize in twisting them all day long. Ropes are much more durable than leather strips and are used for all sorts of things, though their durability doesn't make them a common merchandise. They can be heavy and awkward, so it's common for groups of travelers to share a single one among all them during their journey. The basket-like tool meant to be kept in a shallow fresh water. Fish enter it from time to time, seeking shelter or getting lured by a set bait. The basket's lid has a single funnel-shaped hole which resizes when a creature tries to squeeze through it, but then returns to its original position, prisoning the prey. In an ideal situation, fish catch themselves on their own while the hunter takes care of other chores. Still, building a fine trap may take even half a day, depending on size, shape, and used materials, and they are anything but permanent. They tend to rot and are often destroyed or robbed by the local wildlife, tempted by the easy reward. Because of this, they are usually seen as a source of additional luxury rather than the main source of food. The winged hourglass was adopted by the largest religions of the 10 cities, the United Church, the Workers of Truth, and the majority of fellowships. It's used in temples and funeral rites, but also to decorate expensive codices or pieces of clothing. Not every soul will wear such a trinket in a visible place as a devoted believer, but it can be seen as a sign of solidarity with the more conservative section of the city culture. Emblems like this one are meant to portray the ephemerality of life and the rigidity of time. The traditional pendants are made of steel, signifying the strength of humankind's determination and innovation. Rites tablets highlight the important role of iron when it comes to fighting monsters and expanding the lands of the tribes. Other materials such as bone, gold, or even wood are also used, though various communities interpret such alterations in their own ways. The pendants made of steel are not so contentious. Northeast part of the village. The debris was partially moved outside of the destroyed houses, but you find nothing of value. The table, cupboards, shelves, and bits and pieces were carefully ransacked. The wildly growing vegetables and herbs are the only remnants of the abandoned gardens. You spot fresh human footprints at the entrance to the latrine, most of which lead to and from the center of the village. You notice a set of simple tools leaned against a pile of rubble.
Stay moist, my friends,
A
hydrate.
wooden spade and a shovel, a pointed stick, a hoe with a bone head, a stone axe. All of them are too old and too awkward to bother with transporting them around, but you'll know where to find them if you need them in the future. The closer... I want to look around the northern gate. Paths here have almost been reclaimed by grasses. To your east and west you see shadowy alleys beyond damaged buildings. I take a closer look at the gate. Pushed or pulled, it doesn't move an inch. Someone has spread dirt and rocks both underneath it and around it, seemingly to keep the planks stuck in the ground. I approach the nearby tree. You don't find anything worth picking. The half-dead quinces have maggots crawling under their skins. You wonder which part of this meal is more tempting for the dark-winged birds sitting among the branches, the flesh of the fruits or of the worms. Quinces are rarely eaten without having a chance to blend. You can safely guess that they were meant to be dried or to add taste to cookies or hard drinks. After a few moments you realize that the bottom part of the tree, just above the ground, is partially charred. Someone must have posed a torch here, but the wet wood didn't burst into flames. I look into the well. It's filled up with soil and you find nothing interesting about the area around it. I want to open the gate. You should take a look at the other side to be sure it's even possible, especially since it may take a couple of hours without proper tools. I go to the road leading north from the village. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east separated by the lush meadow filled with crickets and rodents. It may take quite some time, but with the wooden and bone tools you found in one of the buildings, you'll speed up your endeavor. I collect the tools and get to work. You take off your cloak and put away your bags and satchels while horse grazes gladly in the meadow. After looking at the pile of dirt, you let out a sigh. You start with the larger rocks, moving the ground around them and pushing them into a single pile. Then you do the same on the other side. This simple shovel and pitchfork help you a lot, and once you get used to them, the work goes smoothly. You're now done before you get too tired. But from now on, passing through this place will take you less time. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some black. You consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of months, they run north. The river is not too wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You would rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty leaves, but also try to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp. A rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden handles and large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow turns to a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. You place the basket on the ground, then grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few larger worms. You bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking between the sides, Then cover the entrance with a lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments, but it will be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush and push it into the stream, far enough that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it will take before something large enough swims inside? Still, it would be better to not wait for too long, otherwise the prey may die of hunger. You enter the wetlands with their many streams, ponds, and fish. Large birds run and fly between the gray, sparse trees that are covered with moss, mushrooms, and critters. For a human, it may be an unwelcoming and harsh realm, but the overwhelming swarms of insects prove that it's a realm full of life. The danger, with teeth and claws, is hidden below the water's surface. I stay away from the banks. This plant shouldn't be alive, not without leaves. It doesn't resemble the other trees of the wetlands. It's something else. You get off your horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants, and it smells like an old corpse. The roots are spreading far, breaking through the water's surface. You don't see any savrians in the grasses or on the shore. You approach the table-like altar made of 3 limestone slabs. Were those rocks originally as formless as they are now, or was there a point in time, centuries ago, when they were precisely shaped and decorated by masters of artistry? There's no way to tell. Horse is peacefully observing the dark grass and slapping flies with its tail. Whatever it is that you feel in the air, it's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. I smile and scratch the bottom of its neck. Go ahead, I'll look around for just a moment. You don't see any creatures nor humans. I approach the altar. There's clumped dirt and the uneven nicks, fused by years of winds and rains. The bottom surface of the table is dusty, but you don't find any spider webs or mold, even though it's a perfect spot for them. The tree roots cling to the altar in many spots. They're firmly attached. You struggle to move them even by an inch. The cream-colored limestone is cold and smooth. You place any type of food you can find in your sacks or on the nearby plants, but none of them seem to make any difference. I look into the water. You step cautiously. Without knowing how deep it gets, you have to consider that a saurian could be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get near. Since you don't plan to kneel down and drink, you're hoping to dodge a potential strike. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. You see the vegetation, swimming insects, and even small fish. All of them stay away from the tree roots, which look like a spider web covering the bottom of the pond. Aside from that, you don't see anything that will catch your attention. I take a closer look at the roots. You kneel in front of one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you would expect. The root is soft and doesn't resist your touch. Its smell is not far off from the stench of water from which it sticks out. You feel its warmth, or maybe it's just a trick of your imagination. Hmm. Hmm. They said it was north, didn't they? Or, yeah, it doesn't even go far back enough. I feel like they said it was north. You slow down. Among the shrubs a small pack of dragonlings is feasting on the carcass of a grey auroch. One of them, with red feathers on its arms, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back. It screeches at you, but doesn't move forward, and returns to its meal. You wonder what would happen if you were on foot. Would they let you be, satisfied with their prey, or would they run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now you have enough space to move forward, yet stay safe. The powerful jaws break the monster's bones loudly and bite off and swallow chunks of meat. I ride forward, but I keep my distance and look over my shoulder. The beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths among the fruit-bearing trees. On your right there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. Two of them, already shared, look comically small. Soon after that you ride alongside vast flourishing fields filled with rye, still green, preparing itself patiently for the second harvest. The path ends with a massive wooden gate, the stone wall separating you from the glow of lights behind it. Isn't as tall as the roofs, but you can't imagine climbing to its top. There are pretty much no cracks, no missing bricks, a sign of many hours of labor, especially considering how massive the settlement is, as wide as a city district. The birds and monkeys are now just a distant echo, replaced with the sounds of carts running, hammers, saws, laughter, and shouts. I don't feel comfortable in large settlements. Let's get this over with. A young man is leaning against the closed gate, covered by its shadow. He's young, tanned, and has a short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Beneath the green gambeson he wears an expensive tunic decorated with colorful trim. From his arm hangs a steel helmet, though the metal is so thin that it's mostly made of wool and leather. He moves into the light and takes on the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are two weapons on the ground leaning on the wooden beams of the gate, an axe made of steel and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. We dismount smoothly, still having some vigor left. Horse holds his tail high. Narrow path leads north to two field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave to you. You can't see their faces, but their clothes are simple, gray pants and vests made from hemp and wool. I wave back. Why not? They talk a bit, looking to you and pointing at your mount, then walk away, disappearing behind the wall's corner. The guard smiles, yet avoids your eyes, and has to clear his throat before he speaks. Welcome, traveler. If you're not here to make trouble, Halber's Bell welcomes you. We have the whitest flower there is. When he bows, you realize it's a well-practiced performance. If it's a new garment you're looking for, you can order everything you need right here, in all colors, shapes, and sizes: capes, boots, vests, robes. Or, if you are yourself a master of the needle, I can assure you we have the fabric you're looking for. His act is over, and he glances at your mount in a moment of silence. His eyes get wider as he observes it with a childlike fascination. This is Horse. It helps me patrol the roads. You can pet its side if you want, but no sudden movements. He follows your instructions. Even your palfrey pays no attention to the man's careful touch. The guard grins widely. I'm Jade, your new Roadwarden. I want to see your mayor. A city folk, I. The mayor is busy, but I'll ask her. Give us a moment to let you in. He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inwards by two other guards, a small man and a woman, wearing their own gambesons, similarly green, but tailor-made to match their figures. The nearby buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams and covered with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest, with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, no stairs. Just give me a moment. The guard strides away before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east to a humming creek running through the center of the village. I wait for the return of the messenger. Calming sound, that's Howler's Creek. The guard, like most of the locals, is taller than you. Wide but shallow, there's never been a flood in years. Paul told me there used to be nae bridges. Neighbors crossed it with their boots in their hands, and 'tis clean like a raindrop, but there are nae many fish. We're the cleanest village in the north, her companion chuckles brightly. When the guard returns, he's still alone. She cannae come now. A friend of mine is in labor. The mayor wants to be there when the child arrives, but I was asked to show you the village. I nod. Fine. He approaches the watchtower. Tie your mount here. You'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate. Once you're done, he grabs the rope ladder. The view from up there is gorgeous. I climb after him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to stop and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He's leaning on the wooden parapet, observing the area with a smile. I look around. See, there's, there's nae place like Howard's Drow. Days nay, days nay. The guard points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. For the next few minutes he describes the fields and their crops, the flocks in the pastures, and the shepherds inspecting the fences. The ancient garden of trees and bushes, larger than the village itself. The sunlight dancing on the stream to its own tune. If you are to believe everything he describes, this place has access to everything in abundance. The sweetest honey, the most fragrant bread, the softest wool, and the beer, 'tis excellent. He sounds like a city merchant who's trying to sell an old house. No wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't he be? They've tamed the scrap of land and live in comfort. The islet in the middle connects both parts of the village. According to the man, the northern gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate there's the Ape Ale Inn, where you can find a bed and victuals, and these the stall where Akakios rewards our work. Unless we annoy him with pointless talk, he lets out a chuckle. On the opposite side of the creek there's another white house. It belongs to Bion, the best clothier in the north. The priests live in the southeast near the wall, but they do nae talk to strangers. You also hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller. The pie maker lives with his sister, the baker. The smith and her husband, the carpenter, live with their kids. Some of the larger buildings could accommodate two, maybe even three generations at once. There could be more than 100 dwellers here. You consider stopping his speech, but he suddenly points at the islet again. There, see? The mayor's coming, the one wearing purple. We're free to join her, traveler. I nod and climb down. You try to get down quickly, but 2 steps are enough to make you sure that's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch the ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasturage, surrounded by a wooden fence, a few loose chickens, and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are covered with whitewash coating and surrounded with vegetables, herbs, and flowers. The bridges are wide enough to carry even a wagon, but for horse walking on the wooden beams is far from pleasant. The islet is empty, but you notice an empty stall painted with the shapes of colorful flowers. I walk over the second bridge. Along the entire path you notice more and more people observing you, smiling, or casually greeting you as they're focused on their own tasks. Finally you reach the main square. A large tree grows in the center, surrounded by dark water, held together by a thin wall, perfect for sitting, but the smell coming from the liquid makes you think of rotten eggs. The plant reminds you of the tree you saw on the south, next to the swamp altar. In the north, you see the Eighth Ale Inn. Judging by the tables, stools, and benches outside of it, it's open for guests. Thank you very much for the fish, Mora. Judging by the tables, stools, and the villagers are chatting and dining loudly, and you catch their curious glances. On the side of the dining area, the merchant is arguing with a tall, broad-shouldered worker. An old man is sitting by himself, eating a pie, with a walking stick leaning against the table. A young woman is cleaning the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man at least twice her age. Maybe her father. I need a spot to tether a horse. There's a wide wooden roof right next to the gate that shelters carts, crates, and sacks. You move your mount next to a donkey to a being placed here just for this purpose. Without a moment of hesitation, the horse starts to chew on the nearby haystack. You have some time to make sure it doesn't struggle with your bundles. You return to the inn. I look for the mayor and approach her. She's sitting on a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knees. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not a cheap meal, though. You spot nuts, berries, and milk, and the added honey makes it yellowish. The kid is clean and quiet, and once he notices your arrival, he clams his mouth with a spoonful of oats. Now, love, the mater titters. Do nay get distracted. She rubs the meal off his face. A few more spoonfuls, and you'll go help Papa in the kitchen, aye? She gives you a radiant, though apologetic smile, then turns her attention back to her companion. I observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeved linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple, which would draw looks even in hobnabbing. From her left shoulder hangs a green woolen cape as thin as a shawl. The brown belt on her waist has a large steel buckle that portrays a running deer with unrealistically large antlers growing in all directions like tree branches. Unlike her tribesfolk, she's pale, with powdered and rosed cheeks, and her lips match her outfit, though they're a bit closer to wine red. The thick gray strands in her long blonde hair look more like a fashion choice than a result of aging. Her eyes are the color of her cape, keen and vigorous. She's shorter than most people around, though would still be the tallest woman in most of the northern settlements. While she is around 40, her slim hands add fragility to her appearance, even though her posture is upright, her legs confidently crossed, and her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. I wait for as long as it takes. After a few more minutes, the boy lets out a gentle cough, and, after a pat on the back, the mayor puts him on the ground. You did a great job, love, but now I need to speak with our guest. Darling, she addresses one of the inn workers, a girl close to 15. Take him to father, will you? Her tone suddenly gets firmer, leaving no hint of a question or suggestion. Yes, Ma, she responds, but both her hair and her eyes are nothing like those of her brother, and neither of the kids resemble their mother. So we have a road warden again. Please sit down. She vaguely shows you the palm of her open hand, letting you pick any place you want. Since I'm her guest, I sit on a bench next to her. The flowing waters hit silently the rocks and wooden stakes surrounding the aisle, then splits into two stream beds. In Hoglaven, the river is surrounded by tall walls, protecting the banks from deterioration, and the water is seldom free of dirt. Here, the smell is as fresh as it would be in the woods. The mayor observes your outfit, carefully, at first looking as if she just ate an onion, but then puts on a polite smile. Once your eyes meet, she hardly ever looks away. I'm sure you're hungry. My husband will bring us something soon. I appreciate it. Do nay mention it. Hunger makes me peevish, and the day is too nice for that. She taps her chest and looks at a flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. As we're waiting, be so good as to help me understand something. Even if you're but a mercenary, I can nay imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm for your wardening, nay so long after Asterion's disappearance. There's nay glory or treasures to find here. Her pale fingers form a tent on her tummy, then clasp, leaving the forefingers pointing at you. You were sent here by the merchants. They want the peninsula. I present Hovlavin's interest as an opportunity. You introduce yourself and touch on the more obvious sides of the potential deal with the guild and the city chief, the troops, their pay, and the patrols they would establish. The overview of taxes, trade routes would bring new life to this place you try to sound warm. It's a win-win. Throughout your speech, the mayor observes you patiently, without interruptions. I see, she finally responds. As she observes your palfrey, she twists her deer buckle, left and right, left and right. If it was that simple, I would be eager to applaud, but it never is that simple, is it? Her eyes fill up with melancholy, despite her smile. I appreciate that you're coming with a carrot, not a stick, but when it comes to the guild, there's always a catch. Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city. You don't have to trust anyone blindly. The negotiations can satisfy both sides. Oh, I wouldn't dare to trust some coin-hoarding trolls. She laughs at her own joke. They would devour the walls that defend them if they could, and I know some of the dirty tricks they use. Here, listen to this one. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand and covering her mouth with another, then leans forward and rests on her elbows, allowing her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with a settlement, flour and wool in exchange for coin and tools. You send the first traders and they imply that you're ready to pay for more for, let's say, parchment. Months later, you want no more rye, just the parchment and wool. We can nay butcher any more mouflons, the locals say. Don't worry, you answer. We'll send you a small flock. Just turn one of your fields into a pasturage. She said as she pretends to speak as different characters. Her voice comically shifts, and she has no issue switching between accents. I encourage her with a kind smile. She swings her hand above the table. Another year goes by, and while there's no more parchment, the village lacks some crops. The tribe needs not just tools and coins, plenty of coins, but also seeds, and the guild is not satisfied. Sending our wagons cost a lot, and there are more highwaymen now. If you want us to come again, you need more mouflons, and to sell us their cheese. And guess what? With a haunting laugh, she straightens up and spreads her arms like someone a third her age. Turns out that the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seeds, and land. They can't refuse. I smile. I have no doubt that a smart leader like yourself is going to protect your people from these games. Oh, how wonderful. Keep the compliments coming. No soul in the square reacts to her loud laughter. But all that doesn't mean I can't counter every single city boy on my own. That's the good thing about living here with these kind people all around us. She nods to two little girls that are carrying a basket filled with vegetables between them. If some of us struggle, we all have to deal with the consequences. We all struggle, but we all benefit. But Hovlevin, if they see profit in chopping off our arms, they'll sell them to the first bidder. She gives you a sad glance but cheers up after a sigh. Let's finish the introductions. I'm Thais. one of the keepers of the Ape Ale Inn and the mayor of Howard's Dwell. I assume it would be convenient for you to take my answer back to Hoblavin. She wonders for a moment. Say, when could we expect the first caravan? After winter. It depends on what you can sell and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food gets served. The refreshing aroma of roasted mutton covered with a thick sauce made of mint, parsley, and honey tempts you to bite in right away. The juices are sinking into the round trencher. A plate made of simple brown bread. There's also a small bowl filled with chopped red radishes and a sliced boiled egg, and a mug filled with cold buttermilk. It's all brought by a few young people, all of them referring to the mayor as their mother. And in the end, the innkeeper shows up to wish you a good meal. He's wearing a clean orange tunic and a not so clean apron made of hemp. He politely introduces himself as Arix, and after confirming you won't get sick from what he prepared, he leaves you and his wife to your conversation. Thais tears the meat into smaller pieces, then eats slowly, often expressing her enjoyment with a hum. Meanwhile, we get to the important stuff. Sounds like the nearby ground is fertile. The village would gladly pay its taxes in grain and vegetables, with the expectation that a squad of soldiers would provide additional protection. Our youth is strong, she claims proudly, so we don't need your guards on our walls. But a lone road warden won't keep the roads passable. We need fighters willing to patrol the pass, maybe even the heart of the woods. That's what we would expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so the mayor spends a good couple of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer, especially the clothes, which are meant to be as unique as those made by Master Crispus. You vaguely recognize the name of this tailor shoemaker, but you've never earned enough to pay him for as much as a single sleeve. And of course, we will never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. She then repeats her question about starting a trade route. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's going to take more than your village to convince them. Understandable, but you won't find much in the other tribes. They have barely enough to survive, even after they trade for our crops, for we have the only decent soil in this realm. At least the people of Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while Creek sells meat and wood. Actually, if you haven't been in Creeks yet, the farthest village in the northeast, you could give them a chance. She nods with a smile. They could use your hand with help with keeping the roads safe. White marshes, on the other hand, as well as old pagos, are close to worthless. For a trade route, that is, she clears her throat. After these words, she stands up, walks to another table, and offers her trencher to an elderly man who sits there by himself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her, then starts to chew on the soggy bread. She sits down, wipes her hand into a clean cloth, adjusts the folds of her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So tell me, Jade, how's Hoblavin? I haven't gathered much news since the invasion. Things stay humble but are starting to look brighter. The harbor is full of life and the kids grow strong. I was hoping to hear that. Her smile shines with kindness. I thought they were done for, losing all those ships and getting cut off from so many tribes. I'm surprised the soldiers didn't butcher all the priests and traders to fill their tummies. It felt so unavoidable that I even came back home, afraid for my life. But I still carry memories of that place, most of them warm. I'm glad the others haven't given up. Her smile fades away as she speaks without looking in your direction, giving you a moment of rest. The first time I crossed the city walls and saw the streets, my soul saw them as if they were made of dragon bones, not stone. All those people, and the noise, and high houses, and this life happening all around me. But after only 2 years, everything collapsed for the first time in human memory, like a burning dollhouse. She pauses, rests her hands on her tummy, and turns back to you. But don't let me drag you away from your duties. How can I help you, Jade? I'm looking for Asterion. She stares you in the eyes and turns to horse. Is your palfrey a mare? We have 2 jacks. Could use some mules. A stallion, so it won't give you anything stronger than a henny. So I've heard. Her eyes wander over the square, that the small donkey bellies bring off weak offspring to horses. Her pale fingers reach for her own tummy. When her eyes return to you, they regain their sharpness. I would rather avoid long talks about that man. Let him remain as a part of the past spring. Since you're asking about him, I can only assume he was indeed sharing his goal with yours. I know nothing about it. I'll get paid for finding him, that's all. You sit without a word, listening to the creek until she sighs exaggeratedly. Why are you doing this to me, traveler? Now I have to figure out if you're lying or simply wrong. But back to your question. She takes a deep breath. Asterion is not welcome here, and I don't know where he went. What are his wrongdoings? If you have to know, he failed and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort Aegidia, a daughter of mine, to her betrothed in Gale Rocks. She was a great archeress, and the road from here to the coast is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered her to push through, right into their trap. She touches her deer-shaped buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A Roadwarden worth their gruel should know better. He can fight with a blade, but my girl? She never had a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt at apologizing to me, and we closed our doors behind him. For good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. Any ideas where I can look for him? She adjusts her cape with an annoyed shrug. Try asking for him in the north. He spent most of his time between white marshes, Gale Rocks, and creeks. Here he wasn't that eager to share his plans. Why did you let him leave? He didn't do anything, well, forbidden by our laws. He was simply stupid and cannot be trusted, but this isn't Hovlaven. We have no rich folk to dread. We treat each other fairly. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs the neckline of her dress. One good thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions or to avoid the consequences, but I would rather have him prove first he can do what's asked of him. Did you ever find your daughter? For a few breaths, her green eyes seek something in your face. Her words are careful yet hesitant. She's with the fogs now. The goblins were after food, so they carried her shell away. One day she's going to charge at our walls, awoken and empty. Even though she was a bit mawkish, her heart was strong and patient. She listened to people, was ready to help them and to cry with them. I could tell you stories, but what for? Let the dead rest. You have quite a big family. She titters weakly. At one point there were 12 kids living in our house. 9 girls, 3 boys. They come and go, as it should be. A few are already with the forest, but most are all grown now, even started their own families. She looks away at a girl wiping spilled milk with a wet cloth. To be perfectly clear, they aren't our children. It's a custom of the village for the mayor to look after the orphans. Thankfully, Arix has a big heart and much more patience than I do. As she speaks, her smile widens. Thanks for the help. I wonder, back in Hoblaben, did you spend any time in Backwood Corner? It used to be this dark, dirty alley with muggers working even in daylight. I stayed there with Octavia, the miller, in exchange for doing chores for her. She had this small wooden hut. It would make you feel like you're in the old days. The Boarhead Inn is almost 50 years old now. You explained that while the place is still called the bad part of the city, the Boarhead makes good coin selling beer and ale to students, mercenaries, and adventurers. The whole land may turn wild one day, you quote one of the local traders, but Backwood Corner will still stay the same. She sighs with relief and puts her left hand on her hip. Comforting, don't you think, that there are these places, these dark corners, where you can always find what you expect? Living there, though, that sounds awful and always was. I bet the thugs of my youth are no longer around, so I wouldn't count on them giving me a free pass. But I wish I could have a chance to drink a mug or two with the innkeeper once more. The old lady was always too good to stay in that muck. I was in Pelt of the North. The innkeeper feels uneasy about Glossia's band. When you mentioned the raids of the northern villages, her eyes narrow. Are you sure? It's the first I've heard about it. Glossia has been around since years back, but she's not much of a nuisance. I'm just a messenger. He's asking for you to join forces with him. Well, I can't give you my answer. I won't ask our hunters to endanger their lives in the pursuit of some gossip. I could ask around, learn more about this. She sighs with exaggerated relief. What a splendid idea. There are only 3 villages in the north. White Marshes, farther north by the western road, Gale Rocks by the northern coast, and creeks in the far east. Bring me news from those places and you'll get my answer. I'm paid for passing the message from here to the Pelt of the North. Asking me to ride for you through half of the peninsula and back is a different deal entirely. She lets out a brief chuckle, but her eyes observe you carefully. And how much are you being paid, if I can ask? 2 dragons, and I'll pay you another 2. Fair? Fair. Tell me, how do people dress in the city these days? Is it similar to what we have here? Before the war, the merchants were wearing these really long dresses and robes, way too long for my taste. They got mud stains after every rain, and I see no reason to keep shoes completely hidden. I'm not sure. I don't pay much attention to fashion. She pushes you with more detailed questions. What do the merchants wear? How about priests? Do armorers have enough linen and padding? You struggle to say much, and she finally falls silent, observing you with annoyance. Have you heard of the necromancers in the north? She taps her fingers on the table. Yes, I have. After you asked her to tell you more, she seems to regain her confidence. You mean White Marshes, for sure. I don't know all that much about what's happening there. We avoid their lands if we can. She frowns. I shouldn't gossip about it with strangers. We can talk about it on another occasion. Tell me about Howler's Dow. It is what it seems like, the grayest village in the far north. She raises her hand and makes an inviting gesture. Though I hope to still improve this and that. She winks at you, but is suddenly interrupted by the pain cry of a little boy who hurt his knee during a fall. As an amused elder tries to calm him down, the mayor shrugs it off and titters, then meets your eyes again. Life's good here. We have what we need and a lot of what we want. building on top of more than 12 generations of hard work and bravery. She spends a good few minutes telling you about mouflons, wheat, rye, hemp, cheese, and wool. Proud of every glimpse of prosperity, whenever she mentions an artisan, shepherd, or farmer, she doesn't miss a chance to mention how significantly she improved their conditions. She also omits some topics. You hear no tales, songs, ancestors, rituals, or days of prayer. It's like listening to a tax collector. Only at the very end of her speech does she mention the wisdom of the elders, now kept in the teachings of the Druids, who help her guide those who trust her. They heal our wounds and our gardens, she explains, but then changes the topic to all the fruit, trees, hairs, and nuts in the woods. Once she's done with it, I nod politely. We talk and talk, but I still don't know where you are from, Jade. What's your story? Have you lived in Hovlavin your entire life? Only for a bit. I was raised in a small village just nearby and moved to the city after I had decided to look for luck as a road warden. To see the city for the first time after being surrounded by a couple of small houses and fields. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? She puts her hand on the table. Even after my second winter there, I felt like a stranger. But those who know how to live in the countryside, close to the wilderness, you'll always find a new home for ourselves, don't you think? She gives you an encouraging smile. I was in the ruined village south from here. Her tense gaze shifts into an awkward click of her tongue as she leans away from you. I don't even want to think about their tragic fate. No one can negotiate with the wrath of the herds. A long pause, and I better not find you upsetting my neighbors with these sad questions. It was a challenging time for all of us, a wound we won't forget. What do you think about the scavenger who was here before? He's still alive, she says with distaste. He brought us some news from the north and paid off his debts to us, but he's an idler and a prattler. Drinks, too. The further away he stays from here, the better. So probably a good thing I suggested he go to the other place then. You seem to be... No. We were told specifically not to ask that. I saw a weird tree south from here, the one with the altar standing in front of it. She straightens up and raises her chin. We mean the Beholder, the guardian spirit of our wetlands. Every fall we bring it our gifts, and in return it provides us with its blessed fruit, the flesh of the forest. She stares into your eyes. It's older than the oldest books and the oldest thoughts. The Druids help us honor its sleep and show us how to ask for its help. Neither of those rituals would be of use for you. What would it take to make you consider joining Hovlavin? I can consider it right now. While she laughs, her eyes remain keen. But if you want me to give you some answers, let's see. She looks up and to the right, theatrically raising her hand to her chin. Some gestures of goodwill would be a great start. Since you're the guild's messenger, I need to know you can be relied on. She gives you a wide, white grin. And that's only the first step, I assume. Of course. Do you even have the power to handle tax negotiations? She scoffs loudly at your head shake. Do enough for my village, and I'll hand you a beautiful signed letter, a list of all the things my neighbors are looking for, as well as what they can give in return. Your superiors are going to see more than enough to prepare their offer. She rubs her hands. I think that's fair. Yeah, looks like we're in agreement. Perfect. One more thing, though. She puts her elbows on the table, leaning closer to you. If you go behind my back, I'm not going to wait for a dagger. I'll end you first. She rests her chin against her open palms, giving you a disarmingly warm smile. I'm sure people already know that we have a new road warden. Maybe ask around to see if anyone needs your help. The more my neighbors trust you and need you, the more willing they'll be to offer you better pay. Well, let's start here. What can I do for you? So kind of you to ask, but before I ask you to run, let's see how you can walk, shall we? Her eyes wander left and right, and she gestures for a nearby guard to move away. He nods, then gestures at a few other souls to follow him. While a few of the locals cast curious looks at you, they turn away as quickly as you not eyes them. The mayor's shiny green eyes are still locked on you, and her voice is close to a whisper. Since Asterion's disappearance, there's little trade on the roads, and not so much news reaches us. Be so kind, her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is, and help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. I smile back at her. You mean ones that weren't meant to reach you. See, I knew that deep down you're a true sage, she titters and straightens up, adjusting her cape without haste. Do you have something to share? The soldiers who came here in spring were meant to find a good spot for a new outpost. She smiles widely. You don't say. Knowing that, I'll prepare a few very tempting suggestions for the officials. After she seals her lips, she lets out a quiet chuckle. The squad that made camp at the two southern crossroads is now nothing more than 2 people. They plan to return to Hoblaven before fall. Since they cleared that camp of brigands, they went so quiet I almost forgot about them. She rubs her chin with her thumb. I'm surprised they've managed to stay alive till this day. Sending such an experienced group here shows that the officials misjudged this land. That's all I have to say. I keep thinking, surely city folk don't eat just wild game, saltfish, and groats. What animals do people breed in the nearby villages? It depends, mostly pondfish and fowl, but some can afford to buy boars. The meat of the tribe, shed as delicious as any. Our druids say that birds and fish are better for you than pork and mutton. Would you believe? Even if they're right, our creek has very little life in it. We rarely catch more than 2 fish a day. Thank you for your time. I go to Akakios, the trader. The man behind the counter is inspecting a sack of white flour, mumbling to himself and occasionally cursing. The other locals walk away, giving you space to talk trade and peace. Weevils, he points at a little dark blue insect that's trying to flee. Shit, me fire. 'Twas ground a few days ago. Nay pies for us tomorrow, looks like. He puts the sack on the ground. I'll take care of it later. A Roadwarden, I. Ava, the mayor cared enough to see you, and kids are lining up to look at your horse. Strangers are like ghosts to them now. He's wearing a simple brown robe with no hood, a rope instead of a belt, and modest trim made of green thread. It barely reaches below his knees, revealing his sandals and crude pants made of linen. At the same time, it's way too large for him and hangs from him like a bag. He looks like a poor vinter from Hoblaven. He stands sideways to you, both legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand and keeping the other on his hip. He's around 40, short and a bit greasy, with a humble beard and hair. His fingers are unusually long. Are you a barrel collector or just do you sell them? He observes you in silence and pretends to yawn. Brilliant. As far as I care, you can leave your pouch and bugger off. I help my neighbors sell what they have in abundance, or divide things among our workers, builders, and travelers. If you want something, let's get to it. Name's Akakios. What can you tell me about Asterion? That Eva thought that Eva, though he was here more than once, he didn't leave much behind. Smelly hoarder. He looks around and spits on the ground. At least he bought a blade from me. Do you remember what blade it was? Sure, 'twas a special one, a sickle sword with a tip wider than 'twas at the grip. long as from fingertips to shoulder, nay a sword, nay a knife, single-edged, brought his own steel to melt for it. What's it good for? Fencing? More for cutting bushes, creepers, roots. It will nay fell a tree, but 'tis a fine tool. He nods to a passerby, but his smile disappears as quickly as it had shown up. Pathfinders use it. My pa used to have one as well. He chopped nuts with it, nuts and mouflons. So he took it to the wilderness. Pretty much anywhere. There are hills from here to the coast and bogs in the north, in the heart of the woods. Can they help you with it? I bring goods to sell. The junk does nay interest me. We're looking for what we can use, nay make by ourselves. Okay. I don't need furniture or barrels of food. Do you have anything of use for a traveler? 'Tis hard to say, what do travelers need? He clears his throat and turns away to have a look at his store. While some of the crates and barrels are empty, they carry an assortment of odds and ends. Tools made of wood and stone, pots, mugs, seeds, vegetables, fabric. It takes him a few minutes to look through the wares. He puts 3 packages on the countertop, and as he unwraps the first one, you recognize what it is by the shape alone. Tell me this is nay a beauty. He chuckles and lets you hold the shiny battle axe. The haft is long, but the head is light. I know what you're thinking. Your eyes say everything. He praises the weapon loudly, but you barely listen to him. You see your reflection in the unused blade, as sharp as they get. You're not a smith, but you see not a spot of rust. When you take a swing, it takes hardly any effort. The leather straps holding the pieces together are just a decoration, and the handle is as smooth as glass and perfectly fits into your hand. The man chuckles. You like it, Now, I doubt you can afford it, but do nay worry. That's nay all I have. His long fingers tap against the parchment windows of a lantern. Its frame is cheap, made of oak. 'Tis glued, and 'tis quiet, he says, while shaking it in the air. Nay as fancy as the iron ones with oil, but you can carry it in caves without luring all the corpse eaters and goblins. Perfect for a traveler. Just take a look. Inside the lantern you find a place for a candle. Not a great match for people living in wooden houses. Hide and glue are nay easy to make, but I will nay ask for more than 4 rings. The last sack is as wide as a saddle and 3 hands tall. It contains a whole bunch of undyed linen sheets. You usually keep them for traders, but we could use a few dragon rings, and who knows if there's ever going to be a next caravan. He gives you a long look. Interested? Depends on what you want for it. 16 for the battle axe, huh? Do you need any help? I could use a job. Know what? There's something urgent. I need a medicament for my daughter. Nay that she's hurt or anything. He raises his open palms as if to show he's not holding a knife. She's a teen. Once you start hunting in the woods, I can nay teach her much, but I would sleep better with her having a healing potion. You have, he hesitates, almost 19 days. Bring me the potion before the last dusk, and I'll pay you 5 dragon rings. And where can I find such a potion? I could think of 2 places. The safer bet is beyond Old Pagos, on the mountain of the crazy monks. Crazy and boring, more boring than a mufflon, but they often brew with Numa. You can also head south, east of the crossroads behind Pelt of the North, as I've nay been there myself, but you'll find a dolmen there as old as a city. And this, he reaches for his clinking pouch and pulls out a massive iron key. It's meant to open some secret passage there. She didn't want to take the stall after you? Nay, but that's fine. She hates me. 'Tis better for her to take after her mother. Your daughter hates you. His low voice sounds like grunting. Since you have to know, our laws make me admit I was a wife-beater, and by my own deeds I've lost my family. My daughter has a new father now, and I'm nay allowed to marry again. As he starts to speak faster, he also wags his finger at you. But I would never touch my girl. Keeping her safe was the right thing to do, even if it does they make things right. A strong elixir would be worth more than 5 coins. Well, now 'tis all I can pay. I do nae sculpt, you stupid. The dragons I get here belong to the village. 5 is fair pay, and I'll mention to all the neighbors how helpful you are. He takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. How do you know about that secret? From a merchant. She's from the south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to her friend, but he never showed up. And you've just been keeping the key at your side ever since. I kept it with my trinkets and coins, that's all. We were planning to go there for years, but it's one of those things that you talk about, nay do it. His brief laughter turns into a
Stream
cough.
elements.
Fine, I'll
Said.
look for it.
Stay
Good,
moist,
he
my friend.
smiles.
Hydrate.
Anything else? Nothing for now. Even though the counter stands outdoors, it's not rotten or dirty, and you guess that like the other furniture, it's brought inside every night. Avix approaches you with a smile and leans on his surface with his fists. He's portly and even taller than his neighbors. He's got freckles, short gray hair, and an elegant beard. His long woolen orange tunic has a decorative cut right under the neck, and loose braids at the edges. How can I help you, traveler? His accent is heavy, nothing like his wife's. He stomps with a heavy boot and takes a look around, as if he's just waiting to get back to his other tasks. His fingers are still dirty from weeding the garden. Any rumors to share? Rumors? Nay, really. I have my own things to worry about. Neighbors keep their own company. Better for everyone to seek help from my wife or the forest speakers, nay, and a mug of ale. Have you had any interesting guests recently? I do nae know. He scratches his beard. There was one vagabond, but was nae here for long, and did nae do much. A timid fellow, talks loudly but is afraid of everything, especially the guards. His face is touched by flames, has a big ballista. He says his words with a strange accent, smirking, and a large bird as his beast of burden. I do not know what to say. He went south and is most likely gone. So no rumors, but maybe you've heard about someone who may need my help. You say it as if we expect travelers to get here any day now. I'll ask around. Come tomorrow. I could use a room. Sure thing, he says. My kids keep it cleaner than you would find in the city. Just tell me when you're ready. You're wandering through the village. A man is showing a teenage girl how to chop firewood with a bone axe. A couple of older people are gossiping with excitement while they grind grains with millstone. I go to the local priest. You head south of the dead tree in the main square. Before you get to the second thatched building, a large man stands up from a bench and gets in your way. He's close to 50, taller than most people you've seen in your life, broad-shouldered. His hair and short beard are brown, matching his elegant woolen robe. A thick club is attached to his right wrist with a leather strap. He left his sandals by his sitting spot. Many want to speak with our guides and teachers. He speaks with a solemn, strong voice. But you're nae welcome here. Turn back, stranger. Can I know why? You can. He swings his polished, heavy weapon. You are from the outside, and can nae be trusted. The boors and slaves of the United Church would crush us if they had a chance. Before we allow you to spy on us, we need to be sure 'tis worth it. I'm your new Roadwarden. Are you sure that no soul here needs my assistance? His harsh look softens. We can handle ourselves. If that changes, Elvis will summon you. I'm not a spy. I do nae believe you. I don't want any trouble. Travelers bring their problems onto others. Their will means nothing. So be it. I turn back. Hmm. Your first sleep ends, but your usual 1 hour break is instantly disrupted by noise. You stand up, walk to the window, and see the reason for the commotion. A group of workers is just outside the inn, drinking and laughing. Arix, the innkeeper, is also among them. You could join them, but if you do so, you won't get a good sleep tonight, and after such a long day, you may end up exhausted. I just want to rest. During your time in Hoblapping, you learn how to ignore drunken crowds. You can relax and return to your routine. I sharpen my blade and go back to sleep. The shapes of mountains are cutting through the horizon. The water gets gradually less muddy. The cleaner it gets, the more animals you see. A family of deer blocks the road, resting and enjoying the cold water, which would be deadly for a human tummy. You consider riding around them through the sparse meadow, but your presence also causes them disquiet. Without much haste, they regroup and run east into the leafy forest. You reach Hag Hills, the wall of stones that block the city's grasp. The one well-established route through them leads through the valley where you found Tulia's camp. There are no maps of the highlands nor local tribes, only stories. The beaten path leads you by the garden beds of herbs and vegetables to an old yet not abandoned mine, hidden behind a massive door made of steel. The humming of a spring is hidden beneath the piercing shouts of birds that circle above the pond, seeking insects to feast upon. As I look around, there's no hitching rail for a mount. A bearded, skinny elder sits on a bench, observing you like a sculpture, with his legs crossed and fingers interlocked in his abdomen. I think something has swallowed your wall, old man. Better move your veggies inside. This reprimanding look is followed by ice-cold words. A traveler is nay going to teach me how to take care of my land. Your words are of a soul as dumb as a fowl. Digesting the thick accent and the insult it delivers, you get off your horse, once again hearing the man's annoyed voice. Let me see you whilst you speak. I can nay hear without magic, but I'll read your lips. He doesn't yell, but his voice reminds you of a combat instructor from the city. His face is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with beard and hair still carrying glimpses of fair blonde. He's tanned like a worker, and his eyes are blue and piercing, as if they belonged to an infant. 'Tis a refuge for those who are trusted, but I see no friendly breath in you. Say what you are looking for, and leave me be. I've read about people like him in Wright's tablets. You ponder about his unusual figure and the unguarded garden. He may be a spiritual leader of a pagan community, most likely a spellcaster. Druids try to protect others from nature's wrath by teaching them to respect the laws of balance and restraint. Different tribes develop their own traditions, but you know that in this province such priests prefer to be addressed as forest speakers. I explain who I am. What do you call him? He lowers his head and closes his eyes, taking slow, deep breaths, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder is tall, with long hair and a beard that was let loose a long time ago. His sandals are covered in dust, and you spot dirt on his clothes and skin. The woolen tunic and linen were made with care, decorated with colorful threads at the collar and sleeves. And now all the blues and greens have faded, and the fabric is held together by patches and stitches. He unfolds his hands and puts them on his lap, palms up. You know our customs, at least some of them. Those who know how to bow to the trees will never suffer from wild creatures. I wait for him to look at me. The man stands up and approaches your palfrey. Without touching it, he observes his eyes, mane, tummy, and rear. Horse ignores his examination. My nose was right then. Asterion is dead, as are his plans. Such is the fate of all dreamers. He turns to you with a grim look. Are you going to look for him? You nod. Why? If he's vanished into the fogs, there's no point in pulling yourself in danger. What do you expect to find? It's a job. There's a reward for finding him. He closes his eyes and nods slowly. The people of the North need someone willing to jump through the fire in exchange for furs and iron. Yet I wish you would focus on saving the living, nay chasing those who are already gone. With lively steps he heads to the spring. He washes his hands, once again forcing you to wait. He tries to dictate the pace of the conversation and put me in my place. His voice is cold and confident. So what do you need? Have you met Asterion? He wanders among the garden beds from time to time, touching the leaves at hand. He was here more than once. He was no one to stand aside and let events play out by themselves. The villagers from the north are sometimes in need of my assistance, and Asterion was serving them as a messenger. He bends down and tears away a small flowers plant. He wanted to settle down among these roads, maybe to live freely. He had great plans and wanted to make this realm flourish, to rebuild the ruins, get rid of the brigands, and clear the trade route. I told him that the forest needs no more people, and that this realm is too wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten him, and now he is no more. He pauses, and you can hear his heavy breathing, as if he's getting tired. He straightens up, and that's that, traveler. If you want to look for his shell, travel north, far north. People there should know where he is. I'll do that. Do you need anything else? What can you tell me about this place? Your eye sees what they's to know. People found copper in a cave. It's been abandoned for a long time now, so we turned it into a shelter to stay close to the sacred tree and its altar. We are servants, my wife and I, and this place is nothing more than a servant's house. What can you so how What can you tell me about the peninsula? Can. I've lived here for almost a century, traveled both by the pass and through the wilderness. His voice becomes stronger and makes you think of a bard. But I will nae be your guide or a teacher, and if there's anything I can wish for, is that you'll stay away from the woods. The creatures get angrier the more we take from them. They do nae listen to our warnings, and one day they'll bury us under a storm of claws and fangs. There will be nae soul to spare a tear after us. His eyes are as harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on a day of ceremonial fasting. Do nae poke the hornet's nest, do nae ride east, and never use the path that runs through the heart of this land. That road was meant to save time, but brings only death. Be a servant, and nay an overseer. Do nae try to bend this place to your will. He points at you and wags his finger after every word. Your will, anyone's will, is the key to danger, nay salvation. I thank him. These instructions are in line with my own thoughts. I've heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? He strokes his beard, but then grasps it nervously. There are souls who steal from White Marshes, a village in the north. They would never dare to show up here, but those brigands are brutes, simpletons. Eva, their leader, Glacia, listens only. Eva, the leader, forces only listen to force, and will humiliate for the enjoyment of her band. She will not be afraid of some lost Roadwarden. He lets go of his beard and lowers his head. She's drifted so far away from her old self, a kind, bright girl from Gale Rocks, loved by her parents. But now, do nae cross her, or she'll find you. Can you tell me anything about the altar near the crossroads in the north? 'Tis the tree that you should pay attention to, the true gift from the forest. It answers to our offerings and rewards us with its magnificent fruits. They heal both shell and soul and make anyone who eats them stronger than they ever were. We gather around this altar whenever the winter ends, and whilst it requires a painful sacrifice from all of us, it prepares one's soul for the future like nothing else could. I want to know what happened to the village in the east. And I'm nae willing to tell you that. He raises his chin, and his beard shakes. That shameful tale ought to be kept in the past for the sake of the living. What can you tell me about the Druids? He strokes his beard gently. I will nae share our paths with strangers. We are of the people of Howard's Dell, and of the lands around it. It seems like the path at the heart of the woods is quite dangerous. As a long and dark past, and already caught many souls of its builders. 'Tis paved with blood, and last 10 years have revealed it was all for naething. Since the days of... He glances at you, once again surprising you with how shiny and lively the blueness of his eyes is. Of grand discord, the tribes of this land are locking themselves in their fields and houses, too afraid to leave them behind, too untrusting to meet other souls unguarded. 'Tis nae the first road to be claimed back by the wilderness, and will nae be the last. You ask if he has any tips for you on how to survive such a trip, and he tells you it would be wiser to just avoid it. He then reaches to his pocket, grabs a leaf, and puts it in his mouth, chewing gently. Death may take many paths to us, stranger, but cats are the one enemy that is both as dangerous in its stealth as in combat. No human can fight it alone. If you see one of them and it's nae too late, do nae provoke it. Make it wary, but nae scared. Look big, talk a lot, seek its action in its eyes. I'm looking for a job. He looks at the garden beds. We have everything we need. How can you survive in this place being all by yourself? His raised voice makes him sound like a preacher. One day, me and my wife will be but defenseless old people, but we've studied pneuma and leaves for many decades. I heal wounds and illnesses of humans and animals alike, and the beasts listen to our whispers. The holy seed lets our shells wait for death in strength. I dabble a bit in herbalism. Any chance you would sell me some of the woundwort you grow here? He looks at you with a renewed curiosity, then rests at the wooden bench from where he glances at the pink flowers. His beard shakes as he tilts his head forward. Wishing to help the wounded, I see. A notable goal. Once his eyes turn to your lips, you see a doubting raised brow. 'Tis a good season to pick their flowers and leaves, but you leave me with nothing but the bare stalks and the black tubers in the soil, and I quite like these tubers. You wish to take the oils away, take care of the rest. It shouldn't take more than an hour. Very well. Grab yourself a cloth from the bucket, keep your knees from dirt. His tone has not a hint of the light-hearted invitation. It's an order of a master addressing their pupil, a statement as undisputed as the color of the sky. You put away your belongings and grab both the cloth and a small spade that's placed next to it. As you prepare a horse to graze in peace, you notice a horned bear among the nearby trees, just down the path. It completely ignores your presence as you're reaching for the axe. You hear a calm voice of the elder. Let the beast drink in peace. They seek nae harm. After a minute or so, you place the cloth on the ground and kneel on it. You start by cutting away the oily parts of the plant with your dagger and placing them on a wax-soaked linen cloth, hoping they'll stay somewhat fresh before the season ends. You stop caring about the way they color your fingers with green and pink. You don't have to be gentle either. After all, you plan to remove the woundwarts in their entirety. The man interrupts you before you start digging. I do nae expect there's many herbs growing in the city. You look at him and wipe your forehead with a sleeve. The monastery has a great garden with all sorts of valuable plants and caretakers willing to share their knowledge. He nods approvingly. This is nae far away from the way we teach our youngsters. They's nae better path to wisdom than through telling, showing, and acting all at once. You stab the soil with a spade, getting to all the black rhizomes and roots you can find. The man tells you to leave the garden bed as it is so we can add some animal dung to it. You've gathered a small pile of yellowish worm-like tubers, still covered in dirt, not much longer than a finger and disturbingly twisted. You gesture at the results of your work, but the man frowns and looks to the pond. You forgot to wash them, herbalist. Oh, we can look at the fish trap locations. Interesting. So that probably means we can have multiple fish traps as well. That makes sense. So yeah, we've got three bundles of black winged wort now. List of useful ingredients you can look for. Okay, so the ones that are grayed out are the ones that we don't have yet. So those are the ones we can find, and the ones that aren't grayed out are the ones we have found. Okay. Don't know what they can be used for later on, but we'll figure it out. I begrudgingly carry the tubers to the bank. You get closer to the tiny waterfall. You stand across it and let the cool water do your job for you. In the meantime, washing your hands. The refreshing touch tempts you to take a sip as well. Finally, you put the tubers on the bench. And the old man, without a comment, grabs one of them and puts it in his mouth, chewing it with a hint of a smile. You mount just woke up from a short nap. I'm looking for a job. I believe your goodwill, and I'm in need of your help. He gestures for you to follow him to the pond. 'Tis nae a dangerous task, but one that I can nae complete by myself. And my spells are nae enough to ask animals to fetch for me. He speaks very slowly. At the northern coast you'll find Gale Rocks, a village of fishers. One of them is in my debt, and I want you to collect what's mine. You want to ask him about this debt, but he doesn't look at you. He points at a shiny, large fish with orange and golden scales that's swimming just nearby. This gorgeous creature is an empress carp, one of the few animals that thrive both in the seas and the lakes. I wait for him to look at me. You don't know where the man found the large worm that he now drops in the water feeding his pet. Go to that place and find Photios. He's a young father, an ocean folk with scars on his neck, which he will nae hide. Ask for a male empress carp. But beware, I need it alive so it can mate with the one I have. He stands up and approaches you. I do nae sleep on dragon bones, but there's pneuma in my blood. I'll use some of it to heal your wounds, though nae more than once. That's fair. Traveling with a live fish isn't going to be easy. I can't promise I'll do it right away. Do nae worry. As long as he arrives here before fall and alive, 'tis going to be a huge help for us. Okay. Okay, I see. So the arrows are for the unexplored things. Okay, and it tells us the travel time for areas that we have been to. Cool. So let's go to the ruins. Let's see if the fish trap any luck. It's still empty. Consider washing myself in the river. Yeah, I can't because we don't have the... I return to the scavenger's camp. The entrance to the scavenger's hideout is open. You see scraps of metal organized in piles, while the old furniture has been dismantled into loose planks and pushed into corners. Roadster, the man looks tired and his beard is sticky, but he smiles at you. If you're ready, I'll start packing the tent. If you don't want to wait, start putting the iron on your mount. It will be quicker. Just say the word and we can leave. Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're really very wanted in Howardsdale. Sounds like the mayor doesn't like you too much, so you're probably better off at the Belt of the North. The scavenger keeps asking to watch out for beasts and wraps the sharper scraps of iron in his cape. Folding the tent and putting it on your horse takes a while, and neither of you can sit down on the large pile of sacks and bundles. There's a long walk ahead of you, but for a horse it won't be much of a burden. Once you clear the room, you walk away. At first you hear only the birds and horseshoes. Then the man starts to whisper. Faster, eh? The apes are looking at us. We don't see any proof of that. Nothing we can do about it. That lead us to the south gate. You move forward, slowed down by having to secure the bundles and horse's back, and carry your own bags. After half an hour, the man asks for a break. He's weakened by days of hunger, but the farther away you get from the ruins, the more cheerful and talkative he gets, mostly speaking about what he needs to buy and how much he hated the damn place. Then the beasts show up. I prepare my axe. A loud bunch of griffins blocks the road near a pond. For you, their colorful furs and feathers don't look much different than the pack you faced in the valley days ago. There's still some distance between you and them, but it could be crossed in less than a minute. There's maybe 20 beasts in sight, and this time they pay you much more attention. They spread their wings and start to screech, some making a few leaps forward. Your mount is too overloaded for you to turn away and get out of their range. Better to hold our ground, groaned the scavenger, preparing his crossbow and dagger. What's your plan? Not much to plan here. Just kill as many as we can, and if we're lucky, the rest will tuck their tails and scat. They won't kill all three of us, they're just griffs. True, let's stay on the defensive, but keep an eye on the horse. He nods and blocks the path between the beast and your mount, then raises his loaded weapon, moving his aim between the approaching creatures. I don't have any potion or crossbow here to help. I keep a bit of distance between us so we have enough space to fight. The man's arrow hits and stops one of the creatures, but doesn't buy you much time. He observes your movements for a while. The shit you going, he scolds you. They'll surround you. It's too late to react. The semicircle of beaks and talons is hardly organized. One of the creatures simply leaps at you, and the others follow. For the next minute, you slice and dice whatever you can hit, filling the air with screeches and feathers. The sheer number of opponents overwhelms you more than once, and it's difficult to keep pushing them away with your free hand. As you peek to the scavenger, you see he's doing fairly well, jumping away whenever he lands a hit, but his short blade holds him back. You see blood coming from a few cuts through his clothes. Finally, it all ends, though not because of a lack of opponents. The two creatures you butchered are on the ground, but the others, some of them hurt, will have enough strength to run away. Their will is broken, yet the pack will go on, at least for some time. Your fine gambeson keeps you in one piece and is still in decent shape. The man spits on the ground. The apes and ibexes bang this place day after day. He leans forward, taking a few deep breaths and looks at you. Roadster, I thought you done going away like that. Well, we are a fine team, ye and I, he laughs briefly. Let me draw my ballista and we can move forward. I just smile and try to ease Horse's thoughts. It's better to keep moving. The man's sleeve and tummy are soaked with blood, but he tells you to ignore it. Once you get close to Pelt, he whistles enthusiastically. Ye weren't kidding. What a fortress. The guards open the gate and take care of the scavenger's bundles, which Horse welcomes with a nicker. The man introduces himself quickly and asks to be brought some water from the well. Thank ye, Roadster. I need to ask the innkeeper if he has any soap. I'm not going to chop off my damn arm. He clicks with his tongue. But like I told ye, if you want coins, ye have to come back tomorrow when my pouch gets heavier. But I can, and would prefer to, give ye the potion that repels apemen instead. It's useful, but not as much in the south as it is here in the woods. I'll be here tomorrow or later. Don't leave before you pay me. 5 dragon bones. Don't worry, If anything, I can always leave them to the innkeeper. I'll be here for at least a couple of days. You'll find me around. After all my recent camping, I'm going to spend a few hours kissing this nice, strong wall. He starts to laugh and walks away, waving goodbye. The guards greet you with polite nods or a casual hello. When the guard in yellow armor gets closer to you with a smile, the brown boar follows her steps. Want to take care of some goblins? As long as it involves someone paying for it, I'm ready to listen. What do you know about the pack? Without interruptions, you tell as much as you can. Getting rid of them will do the trick, sure, but as long as those buildings ain't razed to the ground, new beasts will move in sooner or later. Though I ain't one to stop you from reaching into your pouch. Now you need to take care of some things first. Hunters or not, we won't raid a lair blindly. What do you want me to do? She lists her tasks one by one, in the meantime bending forward to brush the boar. Make sure you've looked around the entire village. My crew will get mad if it turns out that yet another lair is just behind the corner. Then be sure there's no soul around. When we fight, we don't need do rescue jobs, and if we do, they cost a lot. The boar grunts and turns around, leading her to its other side. Speaking of which, for you it's going to be. She squints her eyes a bit. 12 coins, but we'll take some of the loot we find. We won't let go of magic swords and rings just because. Not that I expect any, but who knows? Just so you know, I'll bring an axe with me. We won't take you with us, Jade. If you can kill a goblin, good, but we have a team. Our own words, knowledge of our strong and weak sides. We don't need you around. Just give us 2 or 3 days after you pay us, and we'll take care of the rest. The curvy road east is overgrown. Horse trots it when it has a chance, but more often it walks, forced to jump over larger branches blocking the path. The nearby lake is surrounded by thirsty wildlife. I observe the dark forest, ready to react if something jumps at me. A couple of stone slabs were turned into a hut-like shape, one of the ancient chapels raised by the priest of the United Church in the days of few soldiers and even fewer shelters. The dolmens proved to be especially durable, though the conditions they offered were harsh. The entrance is barely wide enough to let you walk inside. It was meant to keep larger beasts away, including your palfrey. You can't spend the night here. You dismount and look around. I approached the hourglass carved into stone. It's the most common religious sign of the city folk, adapted by the United Church, Orders of Truth, and the majority of fellowships. It's used in temples and during the funeral rites, but also to decorate codices or jewelry. The winged hourglass portray the ephemerality of life and the rigidity of time. When possible, they're made of steel, signifying the strength of humankind's determination and innovation. As a member of an Order of Truth, I should bow before the hourglass to honor the brave builders of the past. You stay in front of the symbol, lowering your head and gathering your thoughts. You try to imagine the struggles of the valiant builders who put their time, sweat, and blood into gathering, shaping, and transporting these huge rocks. They were led by a vision, one that requires artistry, planning, the sense of shared purpose. They did it for the sake of the future generations, and even if their names are forgotten, they saved many lives. The orders teach to be thankful for such sacrifices. In your silent prayer, nature seems both distant and complementary. It doesn't shape itself around your thoughts, but you feel like nothing is going to hurt you. Not while you're here. For a while you balance between chaos and order. So be it, you say at the end of your prayer, as the tradition has taught you. The birds are singing delightfully. After my prayer, I step away. Horses observing the area, I enter the chapel. The beams of light get through the gaps between the rocks, though you can hardly see anything. A torch would fill the place with smoke, but a candle will suffice. You wonder how many travelers have sat on the cold rock, observing the entrance and biting with their heavy eyelids. Hmm. 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 You unpack the tinderbox from your saddles, then place the flint in the linen char cloth in the narrow slab sticking out to the right of the entrance. Decades ago, before the southern invasion, people used fire stickers made of thick steel, but all you have left is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not the best, but enough to make a couple of sparks. Sadly, the weak light is hardly enough to let you examine the chamber. The candle light may be weak, but I'm patient. I look for clues carefully. You touch your surroundings, bringing the candle closer whenever something catches your attention. Even though a part of the ground is covered with a single massive slab, there are sections free of any flooring. You see soil, small rocks, sand, and one spot you find the remains of charred wood. Also, you notice sticky soot on the walls. Part of it covered black marks and pictures, possibly letters. A large part of the wall is covered with engravings. It's difficult to figure out what they are meant to portray, but one picture is obvious to you, a long arrow pointing down. Parts of the writing as well as the nearby wall is covered with soot. I understand what's written here. The images and text are a combination of two separate texts. The first one is written with words of a deer and belongs to an era as old as the dolmen itself. It's almost impossible to decipher it, but you can make sense of it by connecting some words and the general structure. It was a prayer or a spell asking for a safe road. The other messages are maybe a couple years old. While they use the same alphabet, they try to express the modern city tongue. It's a list of wares, sometimes portrayed by images, and their value in dragon bones. Some of the pictures are used as obscene insults. You see, for example, the head of a griffin or a sketch of a wolf. Someone was not happy with the prices they saw. One passage is especially interesting: trapdoor payment. You make a couple of small holes in various spots, but the most interesting area turns out to be hidden beneath the remains of an old campfire. You move all the ash and pieces of wood until you find a well-preserved plank. You dig around, finding a solid trapdoor with a steel padlock. I open the door with a key. You insert the key, and after a bit of wiggling, something clicks. The padlock is cold, dirty, and rusty, but you easily get to the iron latch, which moves away smoothly. You have no problem unlocking the trap door. I look inside. You lift the hatch, and the heavy, humid air suggests an abandoned farm cellar. Your candle allows you to estimate that the tunnel is roughly 15 feet deep, but there's no ladder that you can use. You think about lowering the rope, but you realize that one of the brick walls is covered with large holes, meant to be used as a sort of vertical stairs. You hear no sound coming from the tunnel, but the moldy walls and old cobwebs are not very welcoming. What's down the stairs? Well, should we go back and buy the lantern? Pay attention next time on Thursday. Until then, friends.